Can you hear me now, Elton?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Excellent.
Okay, we're good.
I got you, Mike. This is Sean. I'm good.
Oh, our ghost. Thank you for being here, ghost member.
Of course, of course.
I saw the telephone up there, but I wasn't sure if that was for you or somebody else, so
This is
welcome.
I'm here. I'm just put you on mute, Mike, but I'm here.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Yes, thank you. Chair Couliard,
Here.
Elton Krim Jr.,
Here?
Sean Paff,
Here.
Andrew Slager,
Here.
Rich Tate,
Here.
Ryan Sieb.
Here.
You have a quorum.
As we start our meeting this morning, we do meet the statutory requirement that we have a quorum of the members of our board. Thank you, everyone, for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us today. The next thing on our agenda is approval of the minutes, the draft minutes of August 17th of 2021.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean Paff. I will make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have any other comments, discussion, or questions? Hearing none, I'd ascertain a second.
Do we have a second, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Elton Cram, I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Madam Clerk, please let the record note that we had a unanimous approval of the minutes of our August 17th, 2021 meeting. Next on our agenda, confirmation of appropriate border review and open meeting notices. Madam Clerk, has all notices required by the law under 7047 of Wisconsin statutes been complied with?
They have. We are missing applications for some notices of intent to file, which you have on your spreadsheet.
So my understanding from your answer is all public notice has been presented
I'm
as
sorry.
required.
I'm sorry, yes, the public notice has been noticed.
Okay,
I will give you the date here. Did the minutes. Yes, the notice was published on the 12th day of July. And I do have an affidavit.
okay, thank you. Next item on our agenda then, filing and summary of annual assessment report by the assessor's office. This is a report that the city prepares and sends to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue after they've completed the assessment work. So I guess I'm reaching out to our assessor, Amy Mercer. Have you completed this report and summary and sent it to both the clerk and to the state?
Yes, I have. It has not been sent to the state yet because the board has not closed for the year.
Okay,
So
so-
the final will be sent to the state afterwards. They've actually changed that where we do not have to turn it into the state any longer. But I still do the annual assessor's report for our own information and for the board's information.
Okay.
And I will turn it into our mayor after the board closes.
Following up on that with the next item on our agenda, I'll ask you, Amy, has the assessment roll affidavit been signed and is returned to the city clerk?
Yes, we've signed the assessor's affidavit this morning. The clerk has a copy, and a copy is in the back of the assessment roll. Book 2 of the assessment roll.
And I can confirm that as well.
Excellent. With that affidavit being signed means the assessment roll can no longer be changed by the assessor, but only through action through the Board of Review. And the clerk has just said she has received that affidavit. Sworn statements have been filed, and the assessment roll is in our presence here on the front of the counter as we sit. Next thing on the agenda, review assessment roll and perform statutory duties of the board. As everybody who's here, and hopefully everybody who's watching can see, the assessment roll consists of 4 volumes, 3 of which are quite substantial in size. I'm assuming the small one is for personal property?
Yes, the 2 closest to you, they're labeled Book 1 and Book 2. That's the actual assessment roll for real estate. The thin book is the personal property roll, and the other, the last book is the annual assessor's report with additional information as to what we did throughout the year.
Okay. Are there any corrections of errors that are noted that we need to take action on today?
Yes. So in the roll, there is 1 correction of error for 2021 that was with a personal property account, American Tower Corp., personal property account 97153. And so that was actually assessed by the state, and it should not have been locally assessed. It appeared on their roll, but we had to do a lot of searching to see, because we don't have access to see that at the state's level because it's a utility then. The other is not an actual correction of the roll, but it was I guess it would fall under correction of the tax roll, 70.731M. After the board of review, if a town, village, or city clerk or treasurer discovers a palpable error as described under 74.33, paren 1, in the assessment roll after the board of review has adjourned for the year under 7047.4, the clerk or treasurer shall correct the assessment roll before calculating the property taxes that are due on the property related to the error and notify the Department of Revenue of the correction under 7057. So that correction was actually done in between the end of board and before the tax roll was completed. So it was handled a little differently, and so that property owner actually got the correct assessment and the correct tax bill. So that falls under a different statute. So all of those items were taken care of with the state, and I put copies of all of that documentation in the back of the roll, both of those.
And can you give us an indication of the amounts of these adjustments?
Yes. So the revised assessment for the property, the real estate parcel 0609-222-8500-1, the correction of the roll. The revised assessment was 81,200 for land, improvements 113,600 for a total of 194,800. And I'd have to look up what the original assessment was. Let's just see if I have that in here. And we refiled the SOA on that. Okay, here's my other documentation.
Just so everybody knows, SOA is Statement of Assessments.
Yeah, sorry. The original land value was 81,200, so that did not change. The original improvement value on 2021's roll was 178,700, and that was revised to 113,600. And the total original was 259,900, and the revised was 194,800. And so that was the real estate parcel and the American Tower, cell tower. That revision on the personal property roll went from 170,400 down to 0. because that would have been double, basically, it's kind of in a direct way, double assessed.
Correct. So those corrections have been made and taken care of and reported to the state. So at this point, I don't see any additional action required by the board. And you said those reports and statements are included in the back of this year's assessment roll as required by statute.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any omitted property that needs to be addressed?
No.
And we've already taken care of the double assessment. Are there any other double assessments that need to be addressed?
No, those are the only two corrections
Okay.
to the roll.
So that takes us through agenda item 8, A, B, C, and D. And as we finish our formal review of these materials this morning, the roll is certainly open to anyone to look at. So if we want to take a look at it and see how the city's roll has been prepared this year and check through it ourselves, I know that the county does a great job in working with the city to make sure that the assessment is, the parcels are accurate to the best they can. And the assessor's office works then with the county to make sure any changes to the roll that occurred late in the year are also reflected in here. A little different than in years past when we didn't have computers.
Yes, it is. It's quite nice that we can balance, and we send individually any changes we make to them, and then we make sure everything is balanced between the two jurisdictions, the county and the city.
Thank goodness for computers. Moving then to item 9 on our agenda. Discussion/action certify all corrections of error under State Statute 7043. And you've already said you've taken care of that, right?
Correct. Everything has gone through finance, the county, and the state.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do you need a motion to approve what the assessor has done?
No, it's already attached to the roll, and as the roll is signed with an affidavit certifying it's correct, it just, this is basically to let us know that there was a change after the board last year. In this case, there were 2 small changes, so that we have that as part of our record, and it's also then attached to the current year's assessment roll as required by statute. Thank you for asking.
Betcha.
Discussion and action number 10, verify the assessment with the assessor. The open book changes are included in this year's assessment roll.
Yes, the open book changes are all included
Would
in,
you please state when the open book was, and then give us an idea of what happened, and then you can tell us all we need to know about the changes.
okay. So open book ran from July 27th through August 10th. We sent revised assessment notices to anyone who contacted us during open book. We sent a letter of, we have 2 standard letters, one that says there was a change or one that says there wasn't a change during open book. So anyone that had a change of value was giving a revised assessment notice. Those we mailed out on August 12th. Then I balanced on our end everything. We balanced then with the county to make sure everything was accurate. And then after that, we always have people contacting us late. With those, we're required to do a waiver form. So it's a standard, I think it's PR 297. I don't remember the exact form, but it's a standard waiver form by the state of Wisconsin. So at that point, we will use the waiver, and the property owner is required to sign that waiver at that time, waiving their rights to that. It's 15 days or 30 days by statute. So those were signed and returned back to us. I've resent all of those changes to the county and balanced with the county, and we've balanced with the SOA with the county also. So all of those changes that required a waiver are handwritten in the roll in red. And so I hand wrote those in red, and I put OB for open book waiver after those with the initials and date, and then reconcile the final total at the bottom in red on the last page of the roll on book 2 of the assessment roll.
So if somebody's looking at the assessment roll and they see an indication in red with the initials OB, they know this was an open book change and that you followed the statutes as required and identified them in the roll, adjusted the totals accordingly, and balanced with the statement of assessments.
Correct.
And they were, the mailing was on 8/12 of
Yes.
this year? Mm-hmm. Roughly 15 days waiting period before the board of review.
Correct.
Anything else you need to add or want to add on that? I think,
Nope,
okay.
not that I can think of.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to tell us how many approximately came to open book.
I think we had, I don't remember the total. I ran the whole open book at the end of open book, and then I reran the open book changes. I think we had about 350 open book. I think about a third of those were changed this year, and the other 2/3 were not altered.
So a busy 10-day period for you.
Yes, it's a very busy period for us. And I believe I had 15 that were done through waivers in between that time period.
Okay.
And all of those waivers were done before I signed the affidavit, signed and returned.
Okay. Thank you for that update. And again, as the laws have changed over the last 15 or 20 years, these are provisions that are in place to help the taxpayers have a reasonable period of time between the time they get a notice of change until the board of review. And it sounds like we had a busy week at Fitchburg this year, since last year was a pretty quiet year.
Yes, it was quite busy.
Next item on our agenda, consideration of requests for waiver for the 48-hour notice of intent to file an objection form when there is good cause. I understand we do have a party here today who would like to do that.
Making copies for,
We do. We're making copies for the board, but if you want to come on up and have a seat.
Mr. Chair, before we start, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Sean. How do we define good cause?
Good cause has to be something out of your control. I was in a car accident. My wife and kids were sick with COVID. Something that is extraordinary. Because remember, they had 15 days in which to get this into the city. But it's up to the board's discretion. And so that's why we have them come in with their information so that we can hear their case and consider their appeal.
You want me to?
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. If you would, sir, please make sure the microphone is on. We're hot? Okay.
Yep. So I don't
Please
think,
state your name for the record.
yep, Christopher Stover.
Thank you.
I don't think my reasoning meets what you just said, but I wavered back and forth as to whether I wanted to spend the time to actually put this together, and I called it 9:17 on Monday, so I missed it by 17 minutes, but that's my reason.
Okay. And why did you not file within the required time period?
As I mentioned, I really went back and forth as to, whether I wanted to try to put the information together. I find it kind of, I thought it was rather difficult to kind of collect the information that you guys might be looking for, since it's all supposed to be based on 2021 sale values. Initially, I was comparing against, other properties in my neighborhood. But then, as you can see, I did spend considerable time putting together on a spreadsheet some comparable information that I think is accurate. And so even though it was 17 minutes late, I decided to go ahead and call and try to make sure that I could plead my case so that my time wasn't wasted.
Please give me a second. I'm looking at the form the clerk just gave me to get some background information.
Sure.
And I encourage the members of the board to look at it as well, because I see something here which might help us in our decision. If you were here, Mr. Stover, for an appeal, the first thing I'd be telling you is that under Wisconsin statutes and by rulings of the Supreme Court, the best indication of value is a recent sale, arm's length sale of the subject property. And as I look at your appeal form, I see that there was a sale of property in 2021. Was this a sale that you willingly were involved in?
I did, yes. I purchased the property.
Okay. There was no duress, there were no requirements that you had situations that forced you to buy this property at that specific point in time?
Correct, yes. My fiance and I moved out here from Maryland, and we purchased properties over video, working with a realtor. And she was starting at the University of Wisconsin in July, so we were on a set timeline, and we found something that met our needs within our budget.
Okay. What the Supreme Court has given us for direction is that the sale of subject property is the best indication of value. And as I see your form, I see that there was a 2021 sale that strongly supports the assessment. So based on that, it's not my sole decision, but I would be inclined to think that even coming to the board, you would have a hard time convincing us that this was not a reasonable assessment from the assessor.
Okay. May I counter?
Certainly.
Sure. So I can't argue what you're saying, but what I can say is that there are 5 other properties in Seminole Ridge that I found that are actually all newer than my property than when they were built.
Couliard, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Would you like me to swear him in?
No, but I think we're going to end that testimony because this is not a hearing. This is a decision as to whether or not you can have a hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand what you've done, but I'm also telling you that based on the evidence you've submitted right now, I'd have a hard time granting you the waiver because of the information I see on your hopeful objection form, or tentative, whatever you want to call it. It's not my decision alone, it's up to the board. So I'm going to open a discussion to the board based on hearing the concern that was raised. What is the best course of action that we can take in this particular request?
I'd like to have him continue his discussion. He was talking about some comparable properties that were all,
We really can't do that because this is not a hearing and we haven't sworn him in.
right.
I would
Can
like
I-
to allow him, if he was 17 minutes late, I guess I'd like to hear his argument.
Can I add something, some additional info to the board that's not evidence? He did attend open book. So he did get his original assessment notice that stated when board was. He also got a revised assessment notice that stated when board was. So he's known about this more than 15 days because you have your original assessment notice that was mailed out prior to open book.
Okay? Well, let me take a step back then and ask Mr. Stover, knowing what I've told you already this morning, if the board would allow you, would you want to consider, or would you consider just withdrawing this objection at this point?
I would absolutely like to state my case. I mean, as I mentioned, I put together all of this info, showing other comps in the neighborhood.
But you have to remember, we have in front of us a sale price, 2021, that strongly supports the assessment. And that's what you'd have to overcome.
Right. And all of the other properties here are also 2021 sales. I've looked at the pictures online. They are very nice pictures of other homes.
Okay?
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to share what I put together.
I just didn't want to have the board going through making a decision if you were willing, at that, hearing what I've had to say, withdrawing your request.
Nope.
Okay? Other comments and discussion from the board?
I'd be inclined, Mr. Chair, this is Sean, I'd be inclined to support the chair on this. I mean, and based on what the assessor just said, that the gentleman had enough time to prepare the information, had the 10-day window, I would be inclined to decline. I would be in support of declining moving forward.
Okay. As we consider this as a board, we must remember the law says extraordinary or good cause. And good cause means something generally out of your control. And I haven't heard that issue. He hasn't overcome that issue, in my opinion. But again, it's not my opinion alone. It's the opinion of the board. So, any other discussion?
I agree with your comment.
Okay. If we have no additional discussion, then I'd call for a vote. All those in favor of granting this request, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
So I don't mean to interrupt. Can we get a motion to deny?
I don't think so,
Don't need a
because
motion to deny? Okay.
I think this is an action of the board. I don't know if we need
Thank you.
a specific motion. And if we do, it's my motion to the board.
If needed, I would second the chair's motion.
Okay, thank you, Sean. So we have one vote in favor out of the 2, 4, 6 of us today. That indicates to me that the motion does not carry. So
Thank you for your time.
we're sorry we missed your deadline, Mr. Stover. But please remember that the appeal is annual, so that if you feel that this is wrong this year, it's not going to be wrong forever, you can certainly work with the assessor to make sure that she sees your information and possibly give it second consideration. And if that doesn't work for you, you have this option again next year.
Yep, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other to be heard by the board, late filings?
Mr. Chair, can I ask the assessor an informational question?
We have a slight break, so go ahead.
Madam Assessor, do you, during this open book, is it normal hours, 7:30 to 4:30, or are there extended hours during that July 27th to August 10th window? I know you're busting your tail, so I'm not saying you're not showing up to work. I'm just curious, are there additional hours for the residents to come in?
During open book, the hours listed are 7:30 to 4:30 during business hours, Monday through Friday. With email, phone calls, everything, I work pretty much 12-hour days. I work Saturdays and Sundays. I viewed properties on the weekends. So I will accommodate if someone is not able to meet us during those work hours. So I will view properties outside of that time frame, and staff will too.
You will work within a reasonable manner to meet somebody's schedule, for example, if Saturday mornings.
Oh, definitely. Yes, I did that. I met one property owner at his house at, I think it was 7:30 or 8 in the morning. I think that was on Irish Lane.
Thank you.
So, yes, I
you for
do.
doing
I've
that.
returned phone
That answers my
calls
question.
throughout the day. I try to return the calls that same day if possible. So I'll stay until the day is done and talk to people 6:30 at night, whatever it takes.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you.
As you can see from that response, Sean, it's a busy time of the year for the assessor staff, and they do a considerable amount of above and beyond to make sure that everybody's questions get answered. Next item on our agenda.
Appreciate it, Mr. Appreciate it.
Item 12, consideration of request to testify by telephone or sworn statement, written statement. Do we have any
Sure.
requests to consider?
We do have no request by telephone, but we do have a few more people in the audience that I'm not quite sure why they're here today. We have Mr. Vroman, I believe. Do we want to hear why he's here today?
I guess we'd like to know if you have something for the board. If you're just coming to see what we're doing, well then, welcome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you giving me a space to speak. I'm here in representing our Vroman Farm LLC. I also have personal property in Fitchburg, but my sister has recently got COVID, and she wasn't able to, get our request in time, and I was a little late in getting our request in time, and we don't really have objections, but I just would like to ask a few questions.
Questions in regards to your assessment?
Questions in regards to, yes, our more or less the classifications of our assessment, of what changes it from ag land versus ag forest.
Okay.
What
I guess,
determines the change in that?
I guess I'd ask you then to schedule an appointment with the assessor staff. There's very detailed guidelines put out by the Wisconsin Department of Revenue.
I did look at that. I do have
The
some
use
of them.
value guide.
Yes, and I also would like to say I do have been on the Ag and Rural Property Commission for quite some time, and we get a lot of questions from the rural landowners, farmers,
Well,
of these changes.
Unless it's changed recently, it has to be contiguous to qualifying agricultural land to be considered ag forest. If it's not, then it's forest. So I'm not sure in this particular case. That's why I'm suggesting that you make an appointment with your assessor to sit down with them and review in detail exactly what happened at your property. I can't do that for you because I don't have the record cards and I don't have, under the limits of the statutes under board, I can't do that.
And that seems to be a pretty basic question that could be asked here, because we do have this is open to the public.
It is, but this is not
And
the-
we did,
this is-
because
that's
they
not
missed
the
the
purpose of-
deadline.
This is not the purpose of a board
I
review.
understand that. I understand that. I clearly got that.
Okay.
I did have another question of why, on the reason for change, they check the 10 classifications or changes. Reason for change, they check 5, increase in valuation, and checked off 10 due to decrease in valuation. That seems pretty confusing.
Again, that's not something I have access to the records to discuss.
I just thought, I know you don't have that, but I just thought if Amy's sitting right here, she could at least say that. But I understand this isn't the place for that.
Okay. We're very sorry, but
I mean, it's a lot of the issue too in the rural, at least I have some Spectrum, cable channel, but there's a lot of people out in the rural area that don't have broadband, and they're just, a lot of them are, landowners that received the land from their ancestors, and now they'd like to keep it, and now they're wondering if they shouldn't just, and on the Ag and Rural Property Committee, we're trying to preserve not only ag land, but a lot of the rural landowners. And it's difficult to answer these questions to some of the ag and rural people. I don't imagine a lot of them are tuning in the middle of the day, because they're working 12-hour days too.
understood. Farming is a very labor-intensive business.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you asked your assessor to come to one of your,
Oh,
Group meetings.
Amy's been to one of our open house
Okay.
public and appreciated her being there.
as I said, there's a very good set of guidelines in the guide put out by the Department of Revenue. It's been updated annually to make sure that people have it and have it available. I understand sometimes reading a guide doesn't give you the answers to specific questions, but I think there are experts in the area. If Amy can't do it, she can certainly reach out to the Bureau of Assessment Practices in the Department of Revenue, who is the group that puts together that guide currently. And I know from past experience that they will come and talk to groups. So I think working with your assessor to get your concerns addressed at this point is about the best this board can recommend for you today.
Well, I appreciate that, and, you know, with Fitchburg being a city with the largest number of acres of ag land in the state, I think it used to be more respectful to the farmers in the rural areas when Fitchburg was governed more by the farmers. Now it's like the farmers, a lot of my parents and great-grandfathers have passed away, and now we're sitting here wondering how we're going to keep some of our family property. Thank you.
I've lived here for 47 years, and I'm seeing the changes just like you are.
Well, I've been here
It's
for,
not the same Fitchburg I moved to 47 years ago.
yeah, I know, I've
And
been here
unfortunately,
for,
we can't roll the
yeah.
clock back, so, you know.
yeah, I've been here for 71 and a half. My older brother is still here at quite a few years more than that, so.
So please, make an appointment with the assessor staff, and I'm sure that we can find answers to your questions for you, starting in that direction, okay?
Okay, I'll do that. I appreciate you allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Couliard, I have not been notified by anyone else in the audience that they are here to object.
Okay. So, review notices of intent to file, we've taken care of that. Next thing. We are now on item 14 of our agenda, consideration of subpoena requests. Madam Assessor, do we have any requests from you today for subpoena of information necessary to help you in completing your task?
So I don't think we actually did item 13, right?
We did not, no, we went back to item 11. We have done 12 about the phone testimony, that there were no requests to testify by phone. Now we're at the portion of the agenda where we actually need to review the notices of intent to file objections, the actual applications themselves, to make sure that they are here and filled out correctly and properly.
Okay,
And you do have a packet in front of you. They are in order of the spreadsheet that I have given you in front of everyone. And I did send out electronic packets to the board members that are Zooming today as well.
so is this your spreadsheet or the assessor's?
That is my spreadsheet. And then we do have a spreadsheet from the assessor regarding some of the same objection forms and what there may be concerns about, and that we can discuss as well.
Okay, my error. We are moving back then to from item 13 to item 12. Consideration of request to testify by telephone, written statement, none. Now 13, review of notices of intent to file objections. So we have two spreadsheets. I'm not sure which one the board wants to look at. I guess we'll start with the assessors. Madam Assessor, could you explain to us, I'm looking at a spreadsheet. Hopefully the camera can see it. Looks like this. And we'd ask you to lead us through the spreadsheet as to the information it contains and the actions that you feel you'd like to ask of the board.
Okay, thank you. Tracy, do I need to be sworn in for any of this?
I don't think there's a need, but we certainly can.
Okay, I just didn't know. I just want to make sure.
Sooner or later you're going to be, so let's do it sooner. Please swear her in.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
Please state your level of certification.
Assessor 2.
Thank you.
All right, so we were trying to track everyone who gave intent to file, turn in forms, so this is our compiling of all of that information that we're aware of at this point in time. So across the table, you have the tax key number or the parcel number of each person that notified us. The top in the light green on here, those are all residential properties. So I tried to group them. So if the board were to decide when they wanted to hear things, if you wanted to group residential one day or commercial, you have that. But it tells the class of each property. The owner's name, address, agent, who's representing them, business name if that's applicable. We have the 22 assessment in here, and the appellant's opinion of value. In the column that has appellant's opinion of value, if it's in red and says no, that means either we don't have one yet or they haven't turned in their objection form. And then we have on our records if it's in a TID or not, if they received income and expense and the date. So for residential, typically we would not receive that, but we do have some items on here that did turn in income and expense on residential. It states if we met during open book or not. So if we did, then it's a yes. If we did not, it says no. We put in the date of intent to file to make sure we had that in there, because we had some people contacting us in that middle of that 48 hours prior to the board. If we received an agent authorization or not, to know if they could represent the customer or not. An objection form received and the date. So in that column, if it has a date, it means we've received one and we have one. If it has no and is in red, then that means we did not receive an objection form at that point in time. In the next column, objection form accurate and complete. If I put yes in it, it's my opinion that it has all the information in. If it says no, there's some reason I don't believe the information is accurate or complete on that form. Have they requested a waiver of circuit court? Those that I have information stating that they've requested a waiver say yes. Those without it say no. And then assessor agrees to waive to circuit court. At this point in time, because so many of the commercial properties filed extremely late and did not meet with us during open book, we're asking that at this point in time, we don't automatically waive anything until we have time to review in detail what they've submitted to us. It doesn't mean at a further hearing that we may not say, yes, we would agree. But at this point in time, we'd like to be able to look at that data that's submitted. And then I have a few notes put in there. And then the last columns will state just some additional notes, like notes and if we prepped. So those are future items if we would subpoena information or not. So many of the commercial came in extremely late. And so we don't have that information ready. We're not ready to really give you that answer today. There were many of them that submitted. If you look at the dates under income and expense received, we received that exactly 7 days or 8 days before the board of review. So just to meet the statutory guidelines. And they didn't have open book meetings either on the majority of these. So a lot of these, we don't even know what the appellant's reasoning are for objecting. So this is just a summary, and it's in parcel order. The ones at the bottom in the light blue are commercial.
I have one basic question. I'm sorry, be more, but I'm looking at the residential group,
Yes.
and I see multiple parcels on here that I would think would be commercial that appear to be listed as residential.
Yes, those are zero lot lines, so they're technically a residential property. Each one can be purchased and sold individually. It's a building that's built as like a fourplex is one, and the other is a fiveplex. So, but each one can be sold individually, and that's what happens throughout the rest of this. The majority of the rest of the city, they sell them. In this particular one, the person who built it or developed it, the current owner, has chosen to keep those properties. So they did submit income and expense, but I don't want to go into that because we're not in the hearing right now. But I consider those residential properties.
So they're classed on the assessment roll as residential.
Correct. It's not one single piece of land with a 4-unit building on it, which would make it commercial. So residential is it's classified as residential if it's 1 to 3 units. It's classified as commercial as 4 units or above. But because each of these is an individual parcel, they're very similar to a condo, except it's no condo declaration. We refer to them as a zero lot line parcel.
So is this like a planned unit development? plan?
Kind of. This is in smart code, so a lot of the smart code has this in it. And they're intended to sell individually, but, you know, each person has the right to buy, sell, lease, as you know, slugger.
Okay. Thank you. That answers the question. It's just
Yeah,
a name that I expected to see on a commercial parcel versus in this case, residential.
yes, that's why we classify them as residential.
So as I look at your spreadsheet, we have objection forms from all of these properties? Is that what you're telling me?
No, in the column that says objection form received, no, or date received. Anything that says no, we do not have an objection form for. So I don't have one for the residential parcel 0609 021 85200. They have until 2 hours into the board to turn it in, but as of last night, we haven't received these yet. Parcel 0609 062 70593, that I have no, is not receiving an objection form. Now, Tracy can check just in case we didn't get it from her, but these are what we have listed as not having objection forms. Parcel 0609 162 67640, I have no. Then there are the items listed as 601 Rothsmeyer under the commercial, 0609 021 2001-2. The last few digits, 2023-2, 2045-2, and 2056-2. Those four I do not. They gave intent to file, but we do not have objection forms listed on those. Then going further down in that column, I'm going to pull up my electronic version so I can see better. There are pretty small numbers on here. So then we do not have they gave intent to file, but parcel numbers 0609 052 42893, 052 4311-4, 052 4333-8, 052 4410-4, 052 4428-4, and 052 4499-9. Those are all some form of the name Ripple Family Trust or Those, they gave intent to file, but we have not received objection forms on those. And then I do not have objection forms on the ones for Realty Income Corp. as the owner. That's the AMC. And those parcels, there's 5 parcels with that. That's 0609, 071, 00756, 071, 01504, 071, 02254, 071, 09104, and 071, 1005-8. I had expected to get those, but I do not have forms for those at this time. So, and I did email Tracy letting her know last night that I didn't have objection forms on those items.
Okay.
So I don't know if they'll walk in today in the first 2 hours or not to turn in those forms.
The clerk is double checking to make sure. I did have one other,
Did I miss one?
no, it's just a question that came up as you were going through them. I see on the far left-hand column, under the parcel number, there's one in red. And I'm looking at your note on the far right-hand column, only have authorization for improved parcel. So there's a vacant land parcel that they didn't get authorization to act as representative?
I believe so, but we'll have to, let me double check that one. Craig, can you pull that file up? 052, 2331, and 2342. A lot of times we have parcels that are assessed together, and so it may just be that they didn't include the second parcel number on that objection form or the waiver form. And Tracy, I believe, what is it, the last one on here? Also parcel 0609 244 96904. I don't know, I believe, Tracy, did we get corrected forms for that? Because they had incorrect parcel numbers listed on that. That parcel split after the first of the year. And we let them know that that parcel, the information they had on agent auth and everything wasn't, were the child parcels and not the parcel that existed on January 1 of this year.
Can we go back to the realty income?
Yeah.
So this morning, I did email over to the assessor department that I do have one for realty income. I've got an objection form for 0609 071 1005-8 and an agent authorization form. But none of the others.
So only one parcel out of the 5?
That's correct.
And which parcel did you get it for?
0609 071 1005-8.
Because the building actually overlaps the 2 parcels. And then the additional parking across the way are the other 3 parcels.
And my apologies, can you repeat the question you were asking me regarding the revised number?
Oh, parcel number, or do you need it in name?
Name might be better for
Okay.
me, yeah.
Branford Kearns, 2182 County Highway MM. That one split after the first of the year. And so what came through initially were the 2 children parcels, but not the actual parcel that appears on the assessment roll. But
So for Bradford Kearns, I have objection form for parcel 225-0609, 244-9790-4. I did email them asking for clarification on the address. Because originally we had it as parcel 225-0609, 224-97-20-2 under a different address, and then it was resubmitted on the 29th as 2186 County Highway M, parcel 225-0609, 244-9790-4.
Okay, thank you.
Is everybody still awake?
Yep.
Yes, I'm here.
Good to hear. Thank you for staying with us. Sometimes getting our ducks in a row takes a little longer than we think it should.
It's all right. We got time. Go ahead. You guys are doing great.
So I do, and this may be out of order here, but I just received an email from Chapman. We will be sending our documents over to you this week. This is for the GoPack storage. They are due to us by the 11 o'clock hour. So I will reply as such.
Since your print is so small, I would like some help.
Yes.
I didn't bring a magnifier. I can't open it up on my computer. This last parcel split you're talking about, I'm not sure where this is on the spreadsheet you gave us.
So I think the parcel was put on the spreadsheet missing 1 digit, so let me just go in and verify that. So it's the last parcel on the list. The parcel number should say 0609-244-9760-9. That's the parcel that appears on the roll.
What is the physical address? Could you read that for us?
Yes, it is 4789 County Highway B, Ross Richard. Find the right one, right?
That's B as in boy, correct?
Hold on, maybe let's make sure we got this. Okay, no, the problem is Tracy's parcel isn't right. So, the correct parcel, I apologize. The split threw us off, and then we had to try and track it down, which parcel they're trying to object to. So the parcel is actually 0609-244-9690-4. It is the correct parcel on our spreadsheet.
And this is a residential parcel?
Nope, this is the commercial, so it's at the very bottom, the second page, the second. There's two sides to the document.
Oh,
So, sorry. So it's at the bottom of the second page. And that address is 2182 County Highway MM, owned by Richard B. Kearns. Takes us a long time to notify and check everything, because a lot of times things are not submitted correctly.
so as I look at this now with your update, thank you for that. We have until, since we didn't start exactly at 9 o'clock, I think about 11:05, that the people who have red indicated on this sheet need to have their documentation to the clerk for consideration by the board for the 22 assessment year. If not, these parcels will not be considered timely filed, and we will drop them from our agenda. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. I just wanted to verify with Tracy that what we did or did not receive, in case she received something last night
Okay.
or this morning yet before board.
So as we look at this document, we now need to table it and move on our agenda and come back to it before we close out our 2 hours, minimum of 2 hours this morning, to double check to see if any additional filings have come in. In that case, we can then move on this file as to whether or not they're going to be granted a hearing because they've met the requirements. Everybody okay with that? So until last item on our agenda, we'll come back to this document. We'll ask their clerk to check the records to see if any additional filings have come in. If they have, are they complete and accurate? If they are, they can then be added to our listing of objections. If not, they will be dropped.
Chair, do you need a motion to table or no?
We might as well, since we are taking official action and moving it to the end of the agenda.
I will make a motion to table the assessor spreadsheet, based on the 11 o'clock hour requirement, and move it to the end of the agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record note that the motion was made and carried, that we will table item 13 on our agenda and to be the last item to be reviewed before we adjourn for the day. I'd like to say adjourn, sign, and die, but I tried that last year and got in trouble, so. Okay, so, Madam Clerk, please don't let me forget, we've got to come back to item 13 on the agenda. A lot of pressure on the clerk on that one. Okay, next item, item 14. Consideration of subpoena requests. Do we have some?
Well, today, we would like to subpoena information and also subpoena witnesses, actual in-person witnesses this year. At this point, like I stated earlier, we haven't had a chance to really look at everything submitted thoroughly to get those ready. So what we would like to ask is that at the next meeting of the board, what I'm hoping we can do, and that's your decision, but what I'd like to see is if we came back like in a week or so and met to do the residential, and at that point, we would have those subpoenas ready for the board chair. And so the board can, I believe, just vote to say, yes, we will issue subpoenas according to what the assessor requests, or you could come back to it at the next meeting and we present all of the ones that we would like at that meeting. But that's what our hope would be, is that we would have those all ready for you at the next meeting.
Okay. So we have options to consider. But the first thing that came to my mind is that there might be subpoenas that you would like for people who submit their objection forms within the next hour. And you'd have no idea that you wanted to do those if we didn't delay it till a later date, would you?
No, and that's why, we just, when people have up until 2 hours after, we can't really have those subpoenas all ready for the board at this point in time.
Okay. Everybody follow me on that? Since there are parcels on the commercial file that she gave us that potentially they need to subpoena witnesses and evidence from, till they get the objection form in, they don't really know what they have to work with at this point. So it'd be pretty hard for them to give us a request for subpoenas when we don't know for sure if they're even going to have a formal appeal. So based on that,
I'd be comfortable following your direction on this one.
okay. So based on that circumstance, I would make a motion that we delay the assessor's request for subpoenas till our next formal meeting of the board, so that they can have an opportunity to review any late submissions, make sure that they have the data they need, and if not, can prepare the proper subpoenas for our consideration at our next meeting. I have a motion to that second, a second to
So
that motion.
moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note we have a unanimous decision to delay the subpoena request until the next meeting of our board. We are moving right through this agenda. Item 15 on the agenda, consideration of request for waiver of the board review hearing, allowing the property owner to appeal directly to the circuit court. And we just heard from the assessor on her spreadsheet summary that she prepared, that the assessor's office is not in a position where they would want any of these cases to go directly to the court at this point.
Correct.
And I think that's basically the determination that the assessor has made, and if the assessor is making that determination, unless we have a formal request from the taxpayer. Has this one taxpayer who indicated that asked for that?
There have been multiple taxpayers that automatically are requesting it waived. But again, those that are, the majority have not submitted anything, did not meet with us during open book, did not submit anything until that 7-8 days before. We didn't get income and expense at the time that we requested it. So now, to meet statutory guidelines, they have to submit no later than 7 days before board of review to be allowed to go to board of review. So many of them just turned in information the 7 days before. And that the majority on here have turned in information either during open book or literally right before the final deadline. I think there's 60-some commercial on here, so that's a lot to look at in just a couple days. And as you stated earlier, some of these people, we don't even know, they haven't even submitted their objection forms at this point in time yet. So we are asking that be delayed, similar to the subpoenas, until we have enough time to look at that information and decide which ones we may agree to waive to circuit court and which we would not agree to waive. or our recommendation is not to waive it to circuit court. We don't want to burden the taxpayers with court cases if we can present at board. And, court cases are extremely expensive and they sit out there for 2 years plus. So we would much rather present if we have that opportunity to present and use the process as it was designed, to have the board actually hear these cases, listen to them, make your decision, whether to change it, stay based on the evidence, and then let it move to the next process.
So, Mr. Chair, I think Amy just answered my question, but if you don't mind me asking a follow-up. So, Amy, what you just said at the end there was, if we followed your instructions and urged that we go through your step first before automatically going to the circuit court, if the taxpayer goes through the process that you recommend and are not happy with what the board determines, they could then go to the next level, right? They don't stop with us, do they? They have the ability to go to the next level if they disagree with our decision.
Yes, they do, Sean.
Followed. Okay,
Yes.
so with that, I don't want to cut off discussion, but if you're okay, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to follow the assessor's recommendation that we do not allow for immediate waiver to the circuit.
You were breaking up, Sean. I don't know if the clerk got the whole motion or not.
I do. The motion is
Go ahead, Tracy, go ahead.
the motion is to follow the assessor's recommendation to not allow for immediate waiver.
Correct.
Okay, glad to hear you say correct, because you did not come through.
Sorry about that. I would appreciate a second if anybody's interested. Please debate it.
So we have a motion and and a second.
This is Elton, I'll second it.
And then double second.
Discussion, Mr. Chair? Brief discussion?
Do we need any more discussion?
Yes, this is Sean. I just want to add, I appreciate Amy's comments. I think that this is a process that I know that we've got to, as a newbie on this board, I can understand, people raising objections and all that. That's part of the game, if you will, or part of the process. But I hope we stick to the integrity of the process and allow the city assessor to present to us the material that they need to do. So I'd urge a yes vote.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a vote. All those in favor of following the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
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 Again, please let the record note, Madam Clerk, the unanimous vote to follow the motion as presented. And just for the board's general knowledge, as we have in the past when people have requested that at the board, we will then reconsider it if they had some extenuating circumstances and make a final decision at the time that they are in front of the board and can give us their specific reasons why they might want to take it directly to circuit court, as we did last year. Item 16, proceed to schedule future date. Here deliberate and determine residential only objections if proper notice and waivers are given. I'm going to take a break at this point in our meeting. My clock says it's now 10:21, and it's time for us to take a 10-minute break so that we can all stretch and come back and take a look at the agenda, because the next thing we're going to do before we continue on, since this is now trying to put things on the agenda for our next meeting, is to look at the objection forms that have been submitted to make sure that they meet the criteria before we say we're going to give them an opportunity for hearing. So I'm going to break this session at 10:21, and we will resume. I'm looking at the clock in this room, which doesn't agree with my watch completely, but we'll come back at 10:31 and bring the meeting back to order. Okay, so I have a stack of objection forms. I messed them up or they're not in the same sequence here.
The smaller stack are the ones that came in later, after I had first sent them out to you via email.
Okay,
So the first sheet on your stack would be the agenda, and then the minutes. And then we go into the first objection that we received for Jared Brockert. And they are stapled together.
so I have in my hand, based on the clerk's stack of forms, this nice pile of paper she put together for each of us, an objection form from Jared Brockert, 2747 Jasmine Drive. And we have found in the past that people look at the objection form and leave critical lines unfilled, and it makes it difficult for us then to review the property with them if they don't have specific information on the form. I'm looking specifically in section 4. One critical question is, did this property sell in the last 10 years? In this case, the answer was yes, with an indication of price and date. Also indicating changes. And that the property was listed for sale again in an appraisal amount. Based on my review, I think I see everything that's needed. Does anybody see anything they have questions on? Again, when the property owner is here and they are presenting their evidence, we'll have another opportunity to ask them specific questions about the form. And one important thing to remember, they have attachments. When they come to the board, the exhibits that they attached here must be read into the record, because we only deal with sworn oral testimony presented to the board. So currently, we're only looking at the objection form, not the attachments to the objection form, to make sure that they have complied with the standards that we want for a complete objection form. Any questions on the first one? If not, then let's move on to the one filed by Scott Kelly for Riva West. And it appears like there's a bunch of these.
And once again, these are our residential objections, right, Amy?
That's correct.
Okay. Kind of a broader question, Mr. Chairman. With these objections raised by Mr. Kelly, they're all kind of the same general theme of the objections, or maybe the assessor could fill in a little bit some of the broad themes of this, because I know the property, I know which part of the city, and I understand the smart code delineation and doing zeros lot lines. Is there anything you can kind of broadly fill us in?
Well, as I look at them, it appears as if the critical lines that I see, which is again line A in section 4, and then listing of changes, have been completed. So for this first parcel, where's the parcel number? (609-114-2308-2) is the first one I'm looking at. It appears as if it qualifies as being fully completed. Any discussion on this one? Okay, let's go to the next one from Mr. Kelly. Again, parcel number 609-114-2319-2. I don't see. Property address 2813 No Oaks Ridge. Okay.
Not sure if we need to clarify, but at the bottom it says, in section 5, the amount of time expected for the hearing. I don't think we're allocating that now because you're asking for 20 minutes per parcel, and we don't have to decide whether that is an appropriate amount or anything, I assume.
At this point, we're just reviewing them for completeness of the objection form. As we get to the point where we set our schedule, we've relied on the clerk to look at the complexity of the case, and if she has questions, she'll call me as to approximately how much time. Typically, in a residential appeal, we allow approximately half an hour. That's so we can have presentation by both the taxpayer, the assessor, and then any deliberations on our part if we want to. It's typical what we would do. So at this point, we wouldn't be scheduling time or allowing times or putting them on a schedule for a specific time. We ask our very helpful and competent clerk as we're putting together the next day's hearing schedule to take care of that for us. One less thing for us to worry about. And she does a great job. So thanking her in public for that. Another one from Mr. Kelly, this one at 2815. I have a feeling that Mr. Kelly looked at the form and did one and followed the same pattern on all of them. And again, section 4, line A, last sale of property was in 2013 with some changes at that point in time. I guess that must have been the new construction at that time. Any questions or concerns about that one? Okay, let's move on to the next one. 2817, No Oaks Ridge. There's one page that we haven't looked at, it's just want to point out, so we have a couple members of our board who haven't seen this before, to my knowledge. It's on page 3, it's third page in the handout. It's titled Agent Authorization. If the owner of the property has filed an objection form, this isn't required, but as in this case, there's somebody representing the property owner. And to do that in front of the board, they have to have proper authorization. And so this agent's authorization has to be completed for someone else other than the property owner to appear before the board. So as we look at the people who filed, the individual who filed this, it's a gentleman named Gary Kohlenberg. So it's not necessarily the owner of the property. He's representing Mr. Kelly in coming to the board. So we have to make sure that we have a person who's in front of the board who has the authority to represent the board as the legal representative. Let's move on to parcel 20, or at address 2818, No Oaks Ridge. Again, Scott Kelly, Riva West, Gary Kohlenberg. Similar situation, just down the road from the original. He has declared his opinion of value, as he has, again, another key line in the first block of the form. considerably different opinion than that of the assessor. So it might be an interesting appeal to see why that one's so much less than some of the others have been. Next one on the stack is 2816 No Oaks Ridge. Again, the assessment is shown as well as the opinion of value. Section 4, line A, purchase price information as well as any new construction. And again, the proper agency form is there as well. Next one is Kelly property again, 2814 No Oaks Ridge. Same filer, Kohlenberg. Values are indicated. Property purchase price was indicated in 2013. So again, looks like everything we would consider necessary has been included. Moving on to the next one. Again, Scott Kelly, Gary Kohlenberg filing, 2812 No Oaks Ridge. Opinion of value is declared. Construction costs, purchase price, both indicated. Again, agent form is filed. I have a strong feeling when this party comes in, we're going to ask them if these appeals can be consolidated into one, because I have a feeling he's going to be using the same exact information as he looks at all of these different properties, since they are contiguous in many respects as to his approach to the valuation of them. I see nothing on 2810 that looks out of line or missing. Does anybody else see anything? We got a lot of them. Okay, the next one is 5148 East Sherrill Parkway.
Chair Couillard, could I
Yes.
interrupt? We did have a late submission for a residential from Tammy Connors. So she is the first stack of papers in your smaller pile.
Okay,
We received her forms after I had sent the original packet out.
so the clerk has given us a smaller packet. I'm not sure how this works with the ones who are with us on Zoom. And on the top of that pile is an objection form, residential objection form from Tammy M. Connors. And the property appears to be located at 5192 Greenfield Park Drive, Park Road in Fitchburg. She indicated her opinion of value at 436. Nothing indicated in section 3. And in section 4, it indicates there was an appraisal, no new construction or other changes, physical changes. Everybody find that one? Again, based on my review, I don't see any issues that are, any sections that aren't completed as necessary. And at this point, we will add her to our file list of residential properties. So at this moment, Madam Clerk, this completes the residential grouping.
According to my records, it does.
I believe there's one. Did we go through Jason Lessner? 3030 Bossard?
We have not received any paperwork from Jason, or I have not.
I believe there is paperwork for his. So, I think it just got missed. Let me see if I can find the, do you have your computer with? Can you go to email on August 4th, 2022 at 4:50? You sent, wait, that's the request to object. We have one here that's dated August 26th. I'm not sure how it came in. I'll show you, Tracy.
My apologies, it may have just been given to the assessor's staff from the front counter and not given to the clerk staff for B to process, so thank you for this. It is date stamped that it was received on August 26th. I can pass it around to you if you'd like to look at it.
Do your records indicate how it was delivered?
My records do not indicate how it was delivered. I would give you my best guess that it was hand-delivered
Okay.
at the front counter.
And the date stamp on it, does that indicate it was timely filed?
Correct. It did meet the 48-hour requirement.
For the record, I have the original that was filed, and after briefly reviewing it, I'll give it back to the clerk, and she will ask her to make copies so that we all have a copy of it. At this point, it appears, based on her information, that it was timely filed, and it's property at 3030, I think it's Bosshard Drive. A little hard to read his writing. Yeah, Bosshard, Bosshard, I believe. Based on my preliminary review, it does look okay, but I will ask the clerk to, if she can, or associate, to take it and make a copy for those that are present. I don't know, can you scan it and send it to those who aren't? Of course. Okay, thank you. So we do have one more to add to our residential list, which we'll have a copy of in a couple minutes. Seems like we went through a lot, but my stack of paper still looks pretty darn big, so I guess we've got some more to do. Next one on my stack is, again, Scott Kelly, Riva West, filed by Kohlenberg at 5148 East Sherrill Parkway. And based on the values, I'm quite sure this is not a residential property, it's a commercial property. Since I'm having a hard time reading this list from the assessor because of the size of the print, I'm just going to ask the question, have you received the necessary information you requested or desired from this property, or is this one on your list in red? Scott Kelly, Riva West, 5148 East Sherrill Parkway.
Okay, which parcel now?
609-114-2484-2.
One more time, I'm writing it down.
609, 0609 if you want, 114-2484-2.
So that's a commercial property.
It's valued at $13 million.
And at this point in time, I believe we received everything.
Okay?
Here, let me just make sure. So yes, we received income and expense on 8/23. They gave their intent to file 8/23, and the objection form was received in 8/23. And we would consider the objection form complete on our end.
Is that the same with all the properties that have been filed for this property owner? This is
The Riva West?
Riva West. Are there, I mean, I'm looking at the next one, and it's a $6 million, also Riva West.
So parcels, sorry, I got a weird glare here. So parcels 0609, 114, 2484, 2. I believe everything has been submitted and okay. The next, Riva West, 0609, 114, 35322.
Okay.
That one, we have everything okay. 0609, 114, 35432. Riva West, that one, everything's been submitted. 0609, 114, 37082. That Riva West, everything's been submitted.
Okay, fourth one I don't have in the same sequence as top of our stack had 3 for Riva West, and you've given us a 4th.
I'm showing that I have 12 objection forms for Reba West. 3 are commercial and the rest are residential.
Found a whole bunch of them. What was the parcel on the fourth one you gave us, Amy?
One 37082. Let me just double check our camera system to make sure that it didn't get the wrong name put in or something in our spreadsheet. Actually, that one should be under Prima Vista, so ignore that one for right now.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're approaching the 2-hour time frame of our meeting. Is there anything we need to do at this time or wait until the end of the meeting?
I'm not sure what your question is. We're going to keep going this morning till we're done with the,
No, I'm just saying for the objection, is there anything we have to do with the
Oh.
objection or just wait to take those up?
so you're asking me to have the clerk check her records to see if there's any additional filings?
Correct, please.
Oh, good point. Thank you for catching that. Madam Clerk, would you please check your communication systems, both here and electronically, to see if any additional documents have come in to meet the requirements, the filing requirements?
Thank you, Chair. My records show that it is now 11:04 a.m. And I did receive an email from Sarah Chapman, who is representing, find my spreadsheet here. That did give us notice of intent to file for the Brown Business Park, R01 Rolfsmeyer, 409 Rolfsmeyer, 405 Rolfsmeyer, 509 Rolfsmeyer, and 415 Rolfsmeyer. It is now 11:05. I will read into record our email correspondence from this morning. At 10:04 a.m., I received an email from Sarah Chapman. It says, "Hi Tracy, thank you for sending this information over." That was originally sent on August 29th at 9:38 a.m. We will be sending our documents over to you this week. My reply back this morning at 10:07 a.m. Good morning, Sarah. Your forms are due no later than within the first 2 hours of the Board of Review happening now. You have until 11 a.m. to turn in those forms. Thank you. Her reply at 10:11 a.m. Hi, Tracy. Do we need to have someone there in person for today's Board of Review, or will emailing the documents work? Thank you. My reply at 10:12 a.m. Email is fine. And then her reply at 10:15, when will our review hearing be? Thank you.
Did we get the forms though, Tracy?
And then my reply to that at 10:16 a.m., we don't have any forms from you, so we can't schedule anything.
Oh, perfect.
And it looks like I just received one here at 10:06 a.m. Hi, Tracy, please see the responsive forms in preparation for the review. We have only had 2 days to provide the forms, and we're not aware that there was an 11 a.m. deadline to receive the forms. We may desire to supplement this submission to working with the city and meeting with the Board of Review.
appreciate your help in this process. And it looks like there are 6 attachments for the objections to the properties. Going back to my previous email on August 29th, 2022 at 9:38 a.m., I had emailed, "Good morning. I have attached a packet for you to review with instructions if you wish to object to your assessment at the Board of Review hearing. Please read through all 44 pages very carefully so you understand the process and procedures for objecting to an assessment. The objection form must be filled out completely and correctly." And then I have a quote from the statutes. "To file an appeal on your property assessment, you must provide the Board of Review BOR clerk with oral or written notice of your intent under state law section 7047(7)(a) Wisconsin State Statutes. You must also complete the entire form and submit it to your municipal clerk. To review the best evidence of property value, see the Wisconsin Department of Revenue's Property Assessment Appeal Guide for Wisconsin real property owners. The first meeting of the Board of Review hearing is scheduled for Wednesday, August 31st, 2022. Your forms are due back no later than 48 hours prior to the Board of Review hearing date. Once I have your return forms and the board has confirmed the future dates, I will contact you via email 48 hours prior with the time you are to appear before the board. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you." And that's when the reply came in, August 31st at 10:04 a.m., that she would be sending this information over, be sending the documents over to us this week. So I will leave it to the board if you want to accept these late submissions that actually came in at 10:06 a.m., or I'm sorry, 11:06 a.m.
So they came in while we were talking about it?
Maybe it was my reminder, Mr. Chair, that dropped it. I'm new to this, Mr. Chair, so I will throw it to the group, but this is Sean. I mean, it seems like they're within our window. I mean, our meeting technically started, I don't know what time, and I mean, to Tracy's credit, she said we needed more by such and such time when she emailed her at 10 a.m. or whatever. But boy, I'd hate to be a stickler on this one, but I'm going to defer to the group.
I think it's close enough that we have to at least consider looking at the forms, and that we did not start exactly at 9 o'clock, and I do not believe we went back and checked the official recording. I'm not sure if it logs the time of start or not. But
According to my minutes, you called the meeting to order at 9:07 a.m.
okay,
according to
9:07.
my laptop clock.
So technically, it does qualify. So I'm going to ask that we have those printed, the objection form, so we can add them to our stack this morning to review, to determine if they're complete. If they are complete, we will then consider them as part of our appeal packet. If they're not, we can then set them aside and let them know that they did not meet the requirements. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Poff. I was just enjoying so much going through all these forms, and I didn't even look at the clock, so thank you for
For the
keeping us on
record,
track.
Tracy, that objection for the record, the objection window is now closed. Right? Correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct. Objection window, if it's after 11:07, it's closed.
All right,
And
thank you.
then-
Just wanted that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we do have a late objection form that was turned in from Ross Jackson, 4879 East Clayton Road. And I believe they are here in the audience, so I'll have them come up and I will give you a copy of their objection form.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Please state your name.
Ross Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, we're part of the Board of Review this morning. I have an objection form in front of us. I have it, the rest don't have it yet. The statutes provide a specific timeline to complete the objection form and submit it, and it appears as if you didn't quite make that requirement. So we're going to ask you for just cause, why should we consider your appeal, accept your appeal when it was late?
Well, first of all, this is all process and everything's all new to me and my wife. We've never done anything like this before. And in this last couple of weeks, with the school starting up, as teachers, I'm at the school before 7:30 until after 4, so I can't make it into the Fitchburg hall here to submit the form in that time. That's the truth.
Before that, when we received, if you want to explain the process.
We did, when we first got it, we started doing the procedure. We talked with someone in the assessment office.
We came here.
We spoke with them. We scheduled to have an assessor come to call to meet us at our home. Very punctually, they called to see if they can schedule a time to come over, which was wonderful. We said anytime we're here. At that time, it was the first half of August. But we have a requirement, we don't let people into our home for privacy issues and privacy reasons. And based on that limitation we put on the assessor, she refused to set an appointment to come out. And she would just go ahead and do the assessment as was. And we did receive a letter from her dated the 12th saying that she's reviewed it. The additional information, we didn't provide any additional information, couldn't make it, said that didn't warrant a change in the assessment.
I would like to add that we offered to provide photographs. We offered to meet her at our home, at the assessor, so we could show her the reasons why we thought the home was valued high, which is related to terrain wear. Sorry, English is not my first language, I'll try my best. It's a home that was built in the 80s, so there are different areas of the house and the driveway that to us would not justify such an increase. And the response we received was that she wouldn't come.
And so the surprise of not...
no evidence was, and we offered to provide photographs. So we said we can provide photographs, they'll be digitally dated so that you know that they were taken recently. I can even use a newspaper to date them. And the answer was that she would not accept that.
Okay, thank you. So it appears you went to open book and you talked with the assessor. Did you review your property record card with the assessor?
Robbie, no, we spoke with a gentleman.
The property record card is a physical document. They have it on computer. Typically when you come in, they either show you it on the computer screen or print it so you can see it and tell you this is what we have in your house. It's, this many square feet, you have this many bathrooms, and they have pictures of your home as well on file.
No, that wasn't shown to us.
Did you discuss the size of your house? I'm asking because if the assessor has your home at 2,000 square feet and it's 1,500 square feet, that's a reason to be here. If your house is 2,000 square feet and that's what the assessor has, then that's physical difference does not exist.
Well, I imagine the information they have requiring square footage is probably correct. We've never noticed any discrepancy.
Okay. But you did not see your property record card?
No.
Did you see their computer system and how they had your property listed?
No, we met in a meeting room here that...
And we were verbally informed about, that the assessment was based on market value, so we were given reasons, but it was oral. We were not shown records of our home or similar homes that would justify what was explained to us.
You do realize you had 15 days to submit this from the time the open book ended until the start of the board of review, and you could have submitted it electronically?
don't know much about electronically, but I understand that. And like I said, we met, I'm not sure on the dates, but when we came in, I'm assuming after the meeting, within a day or so, the assessor called, so I'm assuming the call would have been on the 12th. That's an assumption.
Another question I have then, if there's depreciation that you're concerned about, and you wouldn't let the assessor in your home, how would you have shown them the depreciation? The elements that you feel are dealing with wear and tear?
A lot of the wear and tear is going to be the exterior of the home, and we also mentioned that we were open to sending photos of any of all the rooms and details.
I don't know if it would help to give you, would you like some brief specifics? Would that, no?
No,
Okay.
we're here to make a decision as to whether or not we're going to grant you leniency and let you continue the process, or if we're going to say, sorry, the deadline has passed and you have no option. Any questions by other members of the board?
I guess I would like to know why the assessor would cancel the meeting. I mean, you can go and look at, I know you need to see it in person to kind of get a good idea of the assessment, but what they're saying is, you know, based on deterioration on the outside, could you actually make a legitimate assessment without seeing the inside of the home?
Without having the file in front of me, I'm trying to piece together what's going on. It sounds like Craig believes he met with them here at City Hall, in person?
Yes. Isn't that correct, sir?
I believe so.
Okay. And then Andrew said you talked to them on the phone?
Correct, yes.
So one talked to him on the phone to schedule, and the other one met with them in person here. So typically we will allow, if they have photos, anything they want to submit during open book, they can submit it, and that's usually what they submit during open book. I'm a little blind because I don't know anything about this particular property at this moment. But we always like to view a property in person. That's the best information. And it looks like in 2017, it was entrance refused, info at the door. There is a statute that says that if they can deny us access to the interior, but then we want to view the exterior. You know, if they deny both interior and exterior, then they can, then the board can deny them a hearing at the board. If they do not allow an interior, but will allow an exterior, then, you know, then they have their appeal rights continue forward. So I personally don't know a whole lot about this. And that they did come to open book, so they had the opportunity to look at the data, to review the data. Our assessment records are out on assessor data, and the assessment notices all list that. We included a flyer this year with it and an insert with our assessment notices that give all the resources, suggest that property owners review that data at all times.
Amy, if they were to come, or if they came to open book and met with one of your staff, is that an opportunity where they could have proactively brought pictures in since entrance to the home was denied?
Correct.
And if so, did they bring photos in? I'm asking the couple, did you bring photos in when you're meeting at City Hall or not?
Well, we firstly came in to talk with the assessor office to figure out how it was assessed and how the process works, and then we weren't in agreement with it. And they said they would schedule to see if an assessor could come out and look at the home. Mm-hmm. And there we mentioned that, well, exterior things. And then about a day or so promptly, they called to try setting up the appointment. And when we said, we like, more than happy to look around the property and exterior, but for privacy concerns, we don't let people into the home. And that's when the, starting to say, well, we won't come out then. And I was saying, well, we can give you photos of the interior in detail, but that was not acceptable.
So you were told by assessing staff that photos of that, so for example, moving forward, you said you'd be willing to send photos and the assessor's staff
Yes.
said, no, that's not necessary, or no?
It wouldn't be accepted because of, I'm assuming, verification of the time and date.
Well, we need to get back to the on task here, and that this is hearsay. It's on, I don't know when this was said, if it was 2 days after the open book or if it was yesterday, and that all makes a difference as far as the timing. You did have 15 days after open book to do something, to give us your notice of intent. And I haven't heard a good reason for just cause for not doing it other than that you were busy working. Do you have anything else to give us an indication as to why we would consider just cause? We had a person in here before who family was sick with COVID.
The only reasons in complete full faith and disclosure, is our personal circumstances. And I don't know how much you would approve that. We've never gone through the process. I take full responsibility that we should have reread the letter and seen that we had to enter a form 2 days in advance, 2 days before today. The summer has felt like a whirlwind, and now I'm sharing personal, I'll be very concise, but just to give you a sense, we have 4 children. I was doing graduate coursework, and I was in the process of changing jobs, working full-time to another full-time job. So there was a lot going on.
Okay.
And that's...
Thank you.
I mean,
And
yeah.
we all lead busy lives. I know 4 kids, very busy. One question for the assessor. The notice you gave them at open book, did it clearly state the filing timeline to get their objection in to the board?
Yes. Well, it should. Let me find a...
Right here.
Give me 1 second. I can look at the actual letter if you'd like me to read it to you.
I believe
Or
he
do
has
you
it in
have
his
it?
hand.
This first one that was sent,
Oh, it's a notice of increase.
notice at the
This-
bottom.
The second letter.
The second letter,
That's the letter that we received from the city assessor.
no, it says when the open book session was, board of review. Oh, maybe in the back here. Objection procedure. Probably it does say here.
Oh.
Assessment, 100%. Discuss. Oh, yeah, in here it does.
So a lot of our
The very back.
information, even though it's a state form and prescribed, I will add additional notes and things on the back to kind of make it more common language for our property owners. So, and I add additional resources on there. I do know if someone emails me something, I'm very specific in the email back that you must contact the clerk at least 48 hours. The board is at 9 a.m. on August 31st, and I will then state after that, typically, that means you must notify the clerk by 9 a.m. on August 29th. So I try to be as specific as I can in the letters, or by adding additional info to make it more common knowledge for the public. But I
believe he has the letter in front of him.
he can read it in.
Yeah, it says, if you still disagree with your assessment and wish to appeal assessed value, you will need to file a written or oral intent of objection in municipal court at least 48 hours before the opening of the board review. See dates on the reverse side. Yeah, I can't dispute that. I mean, not that it's well presented, but it is in there.
Okay, so the assessor has done their job in notification, and you just missed it
Yeah.
because of your schedule.
And you're correct, and I take responsibility for that there was that 48-hour window. The only thing, if you allow me, that I would just like to add is that in the letter from the assessor, it said that the additional information presented had been reviewed for consideration, and determination has been made that the value would not be changed, but we were not allowed to present additional information. Having said that, I'm aware that you'll decide whether or not we've missed the opportunity, or you would still allow us to go ahead and present our case.
It's not my decision alone, it's that of the board. So we've heard their appeal for just cause. We've heard that they were also properly notified by the assessor. So we now need to make a decision as to whether or not the fact that their busy schedule and not looking, I guess, at the back of the letter is adequate reason to allow them to be put on our docket. It's open for discussion. I guess I'll start the discussion. It's important that we follow the statutes. And in this case, we have, actually the property owner had in front of him evidence that the assessor did follow the statutes and their requirements and notification. That is critical in having a process that works and works well. I know we all lead busy lives, and it's hard to sometimes to find time to do everything we want. But when you get official documents, you need to look at them carefully, especially if there's a difference of opinion. And in this case, there's a significant difference of opinion. And I guess I'm leaning towards following the letter of the law, as we did with our earlier case, and that just being busy doesn't really qualify as, in my mind, just cause. Hearing that, other comments from the board? Elton, anything?
I'd make a motion to, go ahead, Elton, go ahead, Elton.
I didn't say anything.
We're just trying to make sure you're awake out there, Elton. We can't see you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm listening.
Okay. Just pick it on you a little bit.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, come on, you're up by the lake?
I wish I was. No, it's just a picture from last year when I was by the lake.
Okay. So you're spoofing us.
Yeah.
Super. All right, Sean, you started to say something.
yeah, I feel for the couple, and I understand, but I think that the assessor and the assessing department got to stick by the rules here, because this is a big city with a pretty big process here, and I would make a motion to deny adding it to our docket.
Do I have a second?
One more comment. I would like to see them prevail, but I don't see any way I can support them. A busy schedule is not an excuse. I used to have 3 or 4 jobs, and I'd still be able to get what was important done. So I'm in agreement with appears the rest of the commission or board here.
Was that a second?
The motion, Rich?
I'll second, yes.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note it was a unanimous decision. And I'm very sorry, Mr. Jackson, but this year your request to appeal is being turned down. But please remember, in Wisconsin, the assessments are annual. And I certainly encourage you to work with the assessor, get those pictures to them, make another appointment with them so that you can work on the differences of opinion. And if you still don't reach a conclusion, you can always do this again next year.
All right,
Okay?
for your time.
Thank you. Now, going back to this fun task. Objection forms. Where did we leave off? Can you help me out there, Madam Clerk?
I certainly can. We left off at 0609-114-3532-2 of your packet.
And whose name is on that packet?
That's for Scott Kelly, Riva West, 5150 East Sherrill Parkway.
Did you want to finish that, or do you want to finish the properties that did not turn in the objection form in the first 2 hours?
Are they in, they wouldn't be in our packets, would they? They didn't turn them in.
Sure. On our spreadsheet, for the record, we do have people that did file notice of intent. They met the 48-hour requirement. However, they did not turn in any paperwork within the first 2 hours of the first meeting of the Board of Review. That would be Brett Young Moxon, 2623 Richardson Street, parcel number 0609-162-6764-0.
Whoa, hold on. That's a big spreadsheet to find them on.
First page.
First page?
First page up at the top.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Second would be Richard and Donna Ferrer, 5702 Smithfield Circle. I do not have a parcel number.
That parcel number is 0609-062-7059-3.
Thank you. That is all that I have that gave notice of intent but did not file paperwork within the first 2 hours.
So going back to the spreadsheet prepared by the clerk, we have 2 intents that did not submit. So that basically means they are not allowed to be granted a hearing, and we will strike them from our list of appeals.
Now, I have additional parcels that I don't have objection forms for. And those would be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 commercial properties under the Ripple, basically Ripple Family Limited Partnership, Ripple Trust, all of those. Do you want me to read the parcels, Tracy, or? I have that they gave intent to file.
Please do, because I don't have that.
Okay, let me pull up the
They
spreadsheet
gave
so
intent.
it's easier for me to see. Okay. So I have parcel number 0609-052-4289-3, owner Ripple Family Limited Partnership. We have that it gave intent to file on 8/24 of 2022, but I don't have any objection form for that. Then I have parcel 0609-052-43114. That one's Ripple Family Limited Partnership. Intent to file on 8/24/2022. I have 052-4333-8. Ripple Family Limited Partnership. And again, they gave intent to file on 8/24/20, all of these gave intent to file on 8/24/2022. And then 0524410-4, Ripple Trust Quantum Leap LLC. 0609-052-44284, Ripple Trust. And 052-44499. Now, all of these gave intent to file by Mr. Kohlenberg, who is in the audience today. I believe he's still here. But we do not have any objection forms on file for these, or I don't.
He's here. Is that correct, sir? You did not file objection forms?
That is correct. We originally... Hello, my name is Gary Kohlenberg, 345 River Bluff Circle, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. Thank you for allowing me to respond. We filed intent. However, the client chose not to file an objection. The only objection this client filed was for the Tawahi property.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Hearing that, we can strike them from the assessor's list.
And then, I know Tracy said we received one form for the ones by AMC, which are the 5 parcels. So I don't know if that's just a clarification that they have to do on their form, and if they have to appear before the board at a later date to clarify which parcels they are objecting to or not. They are all assessed together on the assessor's records, though. So all 5 parcels are assessed together as one economic unit.
Including the ones across the road?
Yes. It was all one lease, so they were all assessed together as one item.
And that's on the last page of my form, Realty Income Corp.
So maybe that's something you'll do when you review the forms.
Well, knowing they're all assessed together is a big part of it, because if they're one economic unit, I'm sure they're filed one form as one economic unit.
And then, and Tracy, if we go back to the Rothsmeyer ones, I know you were making packets, but we don't have packets of what they submitted late. So I just want to make sure all 5 parcels are part of that packet. Because there's one residential there, and the other 4 are considered commercial properties.
So I am confirming that we did receive objection forms for the 5 parcels. However, the board will need to review the forms for completion and accuracy. And I'll hand those out momentarily.
So these are parcels that aren't on the list you prepared?
They are on my list. They're on the last page, I believe, under Sarah Chapman. And that would be the Rothsmeyer properties.
So are there any others that did not meet the filing deadline?
Not according to my records.
And cross-checking it against the assessor's list.
Nope, I believe that's everything then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now we can get back to having fun.
Okay, I'm going to hand out the Sarah Chapman objection forms that I just received.
And Tracy, we also didn't finish up the Lessner property where we had a copy and you did not, so, for the residential. We didn't get our copy back, did we? We did? Oh, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So which one's residential? 520.
My apologies, Amy, what did we have left with the Lessner property?
Looking at the parcels appeals were just handed to us by the clerk. 601 Rolfsmeyer LLC is reviewing them for completeness. And these are commercial properties?
4 are commercial, but the parcel number 0609-021-85200 is actually a residential property. The other 4 are vacant lots.
I think none of them are signed.
Good catch.
That is a problem.
And I don't believe we have waivers on any of these either, or agent auths on anything that was ever submitted, giving them the right to even object.
Yes, for the record, the objection form was turned in, as well as an agent auth form and a request for waiver, but nothing is filled out on the agent authorization form, and nothing is filled out on the request for waiver on all 5.
So I guess we'd have to motion to deny this one then, it sounds like.
You're correct. An unsigned form is not a complete form. And an unsigned form submitted by an unauthorized agent is not an acceptable form. So since we have forms that are not signed and we do not have authorization by the person who submitted them, who I believe his name is Sarah Chapman,
That's correct.
we do not have complete.
Mike, I'll second. We need a second on the motion.
Okay. We have a motion from Ryan, because the forms are not complete, that they are not to be, we will not accept them. We have a second on that motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a vote. All those in favor of denying these claims for the 5 properties as recently identified by the clerk under the Rolfsmeyer 601 Rossmeyer LLC Corporation, or Limited Liability Corporation, 4 commercial, 1 residential parcel, that the objections be denied. Not being completely.
Aye.
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 Aye. Let the record note, it was a unanimous vote. The objection forms and the authorization of agent form are not fully completed and acceptable. Therefore, we will not accept this objection and provide a hearing for these properties. You need parcel numbers in the record?
I can read them into the record if you prefer.
Would you please?
Address 409 Rolfsmeyer Drive, parcel number 0609-021-2001-2. Address 415 Rolfsmeyer Drive, parcel number 0609-021-2023-2. Address 601 Rossmeyer Drive, parcel number 0609-021-2045-2. Address 509 Rossmeyer Drive, parcel number 0609-021-2056-2. Address 405 Rossmeyer Drive, parcel number 0609-021-8520-0.
Thank you. Again, the records show that these parcels appeals were denied because they were not objection forms and authorization forms were not completed as required by law. So, any others?
No, we can go back to the regular scheduled meeting.
Oh,
Do you want to finish the Lesnar for the residential up?
Sure.
Then we'll just stick to commercial, and that's all cleared up then.
Okay.
I don't want to drop things off.
stepping back to Mr. Lesnar, we have an objection form timely filed. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And you all should have a copy of it as well.
I want to make sure it's on the record that we have timely filed form. Okay, reviewing the form for completeness. In my review of the file, of the form, I see nothing missing at this point. Anybody else see anything of concern? If not, I would make a motion, we accept this appeal as being timely filed and the form completed. And we'll add it to our list of residential property appeals.
So moved.
All in favor?
Do we need a second?
Okay, a second?
Second by Sean.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please add this to our docket for residential properties, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
Now
Chair
we can get
Couillard.
back to the fun stuff. Are we done with Riviera West?
We are on Riviera West parcel number 225-0609114-3532-2.
I'd say bingo, but I don't have that number.
5150 East Sherrill Parkway.
Correct.
What was the address?
5150 East Sherrill Parkway.
Okay. I got it. Any concerns? Okay, let's move on to the next one then. I have 5152 East Sherrill Parkway. Again, Rivera West. It looks okay to me. So let's move on. Everybody have this ream of paper next from the Addison?
Yep.
I have in front of me Ron Fiedler, Seminole Creek LLC, for the address of 2807 Mickelson Parkway. I see a properly signed agent authorization form, and the form looks complete. I see a similar form for 2800 Mickelson Parkway. And 2807 Mickelson Parkway. Anybody see any problems with these three forms? And then I'm going to need help from the clerk in that I have a packet of materials with a Gmail heading, and I'm not sure which property it goes with. If it goes with all of them. For Seminole Apartments.
That's correct. That's supporting documents that go with all of those objections, both the objections for Seminole Creek.
that's on Nicholson Parkway.
That's correct.
Thank you. Next I have Gold Leaf Development, 2675 North Park Lane. And again, there appears to be multiple parcels on Park Lane. 3 of them. Curious, Madam Assessor, are these properties on North Park Lane considered one complex, or are they 3 separate? I mean, would we be having one appeal, or are we having 3? I look at the values on them, and they're all exactly the same. So I'm not sure if it's 3 buildings for $12 million, or if it's 1 building times 3 with $12 million.
So each, well, parcel 0609-142-0001-2, the 2675 and 2676 North Park Lane, that is assessed individually.
Okay,
Then 0609-142-00122, 2665 North Park Lane, that's assessed individually. 0609-142-0023-2, I believe it's 2684 North Park Lane, that's assessed individually. 0609-142-0034-2, that's assessed individually. Parcel 0609-142-0045-2, that's assessed individually. And that's 5170 Aurora. Now 5155 Aurora, that's the newest building, but that is assessed with 3 parcels. 0609-142-03062, 0609-142-0375-2, and 0609-142-0355-2. So 2 of those parcels are little outlots. That one is the front courtyard in front of the building, because it's kind of a C-shaped building, and it's got a courtyard in front, and the other is an alleyway behind that. So those are assessed with that parcel. It is all one big complex, but each building was built at a slightly different time. So that's why each one's individual.
okay.
And again, it's smart code. So it's got the little alleys in between some of these that are not assessed with those. Also, there's small, minimal value on the alleyways. but those are not on the sheet, the alleyways for the other parcels.
I'm just wondering if it was wise to consider consolidating them for review, or if, since the values seem to be identical on many of them, that we'd be hearing the same thing multiple times, or if we could group them together as the ones that have the same exact physical structure and dimensions, sitting on a parcel that seems to be contiguous to each other. Possibly they could be consolidated for hearing.
I believe, let me just look here.
We have,
So I believe 4 of the units have the same unit number and type. One parcel is slightly different. It appears to be probably 1 unit less. And then the one that has the 3 parcels combined, that has a lot more units to that building. So, I mean, we could present it all as one, I guess, and go through the data and then explain how we arrived at each value. I'm not sure, because they are built at different years also. So,
okay, at this point, we'll consider them individual appeals, and we'll work with the taxpayer's representative to see what's the best approach to presenting evidence, especially for the 4 that seem to have identical assessed values and are, I'm quite sure, contiguous properties or split only because of a small residential street between them. So in looking at those parcels for North Park Lane and Aurora, I don't see any issues. Anybody else? Add them to the pile. And I'm assuming, Madam Clerk, that this ream of paper that came with it is the documentation that the assessor's reviewing?
That's correct. Those are the supporting documents that were submitted.
So somebody's got homework. All right. I'm hoping everybody's on the same page. I have in front of me the next objection form from D&J Investment Holdings. We're pretty close together on that.
I think you grabbed from the smaller pile. The next one that I'm showing should be the Tom Ripple Tahi apartment.
Tahi Apartments. Okay. $2411 Tahi.
Correct.
but he doesn't have the right one down, right?
Do we have the paperwork?
I'm looking at the objection form and filing documents for 2411 Tahi Drive. And I do not see an authorization on the agent form signature. Mr. Ripple, the owner of the property, did not sign it.
I don't know if we're looking at the same form, but I see a agent authorization, Tom Ripple's signature, dated 8/23. Then I see another sheet, looks like a duplicate that was not signed.
That's correct. On August 24th, an unsigned agent form was submitted. And then on August 24th, a signed agent form was submitted.
Okay, I don't have the signed one for this one. Okay. The clerk has the signed form and properly dated and recognized as being acceptable. So it's just a missed sheet in my packet.
My apologies, Chair Coulard.
No problem. I can see after making all these copies how a page could get possibly jumped in the copy machine. Because I know as accurate as you are, you would never happen. Any concerns other than that? Okay. The next one I have, Prairie Builders, 6200 Nesbit.
That's correct.
Scott Kelly.
120 Lakeside Street. I'm sorry, property address 2690 Research Park Drive.
Lucky me, I found Scott Kelly numerous times. $26.90 Research Park, is that the one we said? Any concerns on 2690 Research Park? Looked okay to me. 2685 Research Park. Looks okay. 5126 Lacey. Also appears to be okay. 5118 Lacey. Also appears to be okay. $5121 East Sherrill Parkway. Also appears to be current and accurate. 5131 East Sherrill Parkway. Also appears to be accurate and complete. $5116 Lacey Road. I don't see any concerns with that one. Anybody else? $5410 Noble Drive. Also appears to be complete. $2611 Gallagher Drive. Again, appears to be completed, fully completed. 5120 East Sherrill Parkway. Also appears to be completed and proper agent authorization. $6,200 Nesbit. We now have moved to Crary Builders Incorporated. It's a new parcel. After looking at all the others from Mr. Kelly, this one does have a proper agent authorization with it, as well as a completed objection form. Howard Associates SC Profit Sharing Plan, 5670 King James Court. Signed authorization for agent is pretty hard to read, but I do see the name Thomas Howard, and it's Howard and Associates, so I'm accepting it at face value that that's a correct form. Oh, here's a second one. So it looks like we got an original sent electronically and a follow-up. Clerk is shaking her head yes.
That's correct. One was an image sent, and then the other was the actual PDF.
That property actually has two different owners with partial interest on it. And that's why you have two different agent authorization forms, I believe.
Anybody see any concerns on those? Okay. Next one I have on my stack is Scott Kelly Whalen Warehouse LLC, 5933 Whalen Road. And I see an authorizing agent form as well. Next one I have is Branford Kearns, 2186 County Highway MM.
There's two objection forms in this one, and one of them's for a different address. Just wondering. Yeah, the authorization form is only for 86, it looks like. But
So
maybe
that's-
who's not on the,
That's the parcel that had the parent parcel and then the two children. So I believe on the form, it listed the two children parcels, but the assessment is actually for the parent parcel. And so I believe, I'm not sure if they're brothers or what, but each one split it during 2022. But as of January 1 of 2022, it was one parcel number.
And for the record, is that the 9790-4, address 2186?
The address on the roll is 2182 County Highway MM, I believe. Let me just double check that. So on the assessment roll, the parcel number is 0609-244-9690-4. The address on the roll is 2182 County Highway MM. And that ownership is in the name of Richard B. Kearns for the assessment roll.
When did that change occur?
Going to Access Dane, and I'll bring it up for when it was retired. So the parent parcel retired 4/7 of 2022, and that created two children parcels ending in 97102 and 97202. It created a CSM, Lot 1 CSM 15974 and Lot 2 15974. So as of January 1, this was one parcel number.
So we're looking at one property as of January 1st this year. For 23, you'll have it split into separate parcels as the roll is updated.
Correct.
And just want to make sure the record was clear, since it was CSM'd on April 7th of this year, that we recognize that we're looking at the assessment date of January 1st and that's how your valuation was prepared as one parcel.
Correct. As of January 1, the legal description should have read Section 24-6-9, part of the southeast quarter of the southeast corner of the south 697 feet of the west 494 feet. Approximately 7.9 acres.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess I might as well just say I only see the authorization for the child parcel, not for the current parcel ID. So the authorization is for it's for 2186 mm, and that's ends in 97904 parcel number, which is the current parcel number. Or sorry, the current parcel number is 9720-2 ending. That was signed 8/22, it looks like, so it looks like it had already been split by then, is my understanding. So.
I agree with the concern that's been raised. The parcel numbers on the different documents are confusing. I think the intent here has to be considered. And since this change occurred after January 1st, and we have objection forms that basically are identical except for the parcel number, and we have an authorized agent form for parcel number that might not be quite right based on the changes that have been made, but I think the intent here was that this party could represent the Kearns in the appeal of this property. So even though it's a little confusing, I think when we get a map in front of us during a hearing, it would certainly help us get a better picture as to exactly what's occurring with the property, and that we can look at it as it was as of January 1st. Any other comments?
Is, and I don't have that in front of me, is Branford Kearns the one who signed the agent off? He would have been the one, he would be the one that will get the tax bill in December of this year.
Bradford is the one who signed it.
Okay. That would be your, I believe that would be your deciding factor.
Do you want to make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Please come to the mic. Again, please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Gary Kohlenberg. I'm the agent for this property. Live at 345 River Bluff Circle, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. Thank you for allowing me to speak. This was a very confusing property. I won't go into the details. However, an additional author agent form was submitted Monday morning. Do you recall that, Tracy? It was unclear what the tax ID number was. It was unclear what the address was. So I submitted everything. Thank you.
Okay, well, our intent is to accept it, and I guess if we can find that second form, we'll add it to our stack of documents as we look at adding the case to our docket.
So for the record, I have the email here in question, Monday, 8/29 at 8:46 a.m. I have an attachment of a Gmail email. I have an attachment of an objection for address 2186 County Highway MM, parcel 225-0609-244-9790-4. I have an attachment of a notice of intent to file. And I have an attachment of an agent authorization form for address 2186 County Highway MM, parcel number 225-0609-244-9790-4.
Thank you for helping us with that. Moving on, I have an objection form for Artisan Village LLC, 2845 Oregon Road, Unit E. I guess I'm surprised it's Unit E. I'm not sure, is that just for mailing address?
Do you want the parcel number, Amy? 0609-012-8605-2.
One more time, Tracy.
0609-012-8605-2.
Oh, Artisan Village, okay.
I just wasn't sure why it said Unit E, and then what happened to A, B, C, D.
I'm not sure what they submitted to you. We have a variety of addresses. That's a variety of different apartments. The buildings are actually labeled A, B, C, D, E, and maybe that's why it had it on there. Because at some points, they give us a building and don't always have the addresses assigned. That's Artisan Village, so the town boundary, you have part of those parcels as part of Artisan Village are in the town of Madison and part are in the city of Fitchburg. So this is, last year we had them come to board. It's Section 42 housing. We are still working through what last year, and we're actually hoping that the next week or two we can work through this all the way from last year to this year and potentially do a correction to the roll if possible, and take it out of circuit court. So probably more than you wanted to know.
Well, I'm asking because I have a concern in that the form's not signed.
You have the form. Let me just, yeah, let's look at, see what I have on it.
Would you like me to bring you my copy?
Ken or he should have it in the front. It should be the very first one on that side. I didn't notice anything missing when the attorney turned it in.
I think it was probably signed electronically. which is why it's printed on the form, maybe?
That's what I would assume. I know it was his full intent. There's email correspondence before turning in the form when he gave his intent to file and his intent to object to that. He is the agent on it, and we do have an agent auth that gave him through last year, and then he returned it again this year, I believe, giving him the same agent authorization for that. And it is the objection form, I believe, just like our waiver forms and things are all electronic, where you can put that in and either type your signature in or do some type of electronic scribble.
Madam Clerk, is there any way of telling if this is an electronic signature versus a physical scribble? Because most of them look like scribbles when they do that anyhow.
So based on my experience with this type of signature, the slash, small s dash slash means that it is a signature. We use this when we send publications to the paper, that we have a signature on file for them.
Okay. Hearing that, we will accept that signature as being filed electronically and acceptable. Anybody see any other concerns with the form? Moving right along, Belmar Apartments. These have disappeared. These look like different addresses than the ones that were under the Ripley Family Partnership.
It would be 4546 Thurston Lane in your packet materials.
Okay. Any concerns over 4546 Thurston Lane? Again, we have electronic signature scribbled. 2111 Red Arrow Trail. Again, both objection form and authorized agent form. 4536 Thurston Lane. Forty-five 26 Thurston Lane. Next on my pile is 4929 Chalet Gardens Road. Oops, sorry, 2302, looking at the mailing address. 2302 Chalet Gardens Road. Isn't that the one where they? No? Guess not. Again, completed form and authorized agent form. 4901 Chalet Gardens Road. Objection form and authorized agent form look complete. 2303 Chalet Gardens Road. Looks like we have the whole neighborhood.
I do want to bring to your attention on all of those that Attorney Hatchell signed right through that grouping, that we did not receive I&E from those. So I know you're reviewing the forms now, but when we schedule, I'd like to address that or bring that forward to them to notify them that they did not turn in their income and expense for those.
Okay, next one is Guilford Apartments, 5576 Guilford Road. Gulliford Road? Same information, form filled out and authorized agent form. Fitchburg Pines Apartments, 2102 High Ridge Trail. Again, we have the objection form and an authorized agent form signed by the Secretary Treasurer of that organization. Any issues with that one? If not, moving on. Fairway Apartments LLC, 3302 through 3314 Leopold Way. I do have a problem with this one. Everyone got this one in front of them? Fairway Apartments. Shows an assessment of 3.6 million, opinion of value 2.3 million. As we go into section 4, they state that there have been various changes made over time, and it says see city files. We do not have access to city files. We are not city employees, and therefore, this is an incomplete objection form. We had this happen last year, so we actually discussed this with our city attorney, and we have two choices. One, we can look at it and say it's incomplete and we won't accept it. Our second option is that we can offer them a window of time in which to provide the completed and revised objection form. As I look at several others that have been submitted by this group, I see the same thing. Comments, it says see city files.
So the onus, Mike, to look at those files, does that fall on assessing staff to get us that material, or how does it work?
It falls on the owner to provide that information, so we have a complete objection form to make our decision upon. And so if-
Right, but they're directing us to see city files, so who's gonna get us the city files?
we don't have access to city files. And they're trying to make us do something that they should be doing, and that's not acceptable.
I make a motion to deny this applicant waiver.
Okay, we have a motion to deny, which is what we did last year when we had circumstances like this.
I'll
We have a
second.
second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny and a second. Any further discussion?
Just a quick question from me. This is Elton. In order for them to get this information from the city, they'd have to put in a request for information?
They should have the information from the property owner.
Okay,
This wouldn't be something they'd be coming to the city planning department to get. They would be getting it from their client.
got you. Okay, but their client would have to put in the request for information then?
If they don't have it in their records, they would have to, if you get a
Right.
building permit, you should keep a copy.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're just trying to understand the logistics of getting this information.
Yeah,
And it's too much for us to be thinking about, so,
right.
okay.
We have one other question.
Yeah, I have a question. Since we've got 4 different items from the Von Briesen and Roper in Milwaukee, but 4 different ones, all with the same situation, I believe, can we just vote for all of them in one move, or do we want to have to do this 4 times?
If you'd like to make a friendly amendment to do all
Make a
4 at
friendly
once.
amendment to include all 4 of these objections that are submitted through the agent of Von Briesen and Roper for the Leopold Way, Traceway, Pike Drive, and Post Road properties.
Actually,
I
5.
accept the author of the friendly amendment. I'd accept the friendly amendment.
We have a friendly amendment that's been accepted.
There's 5 of them, I think.
There's 5 of them?
Yeah.
I only have 4.
Well, I could be. Got 2101 Post Road, 1902 Pike Drive, 2301 to 2325 Traceway, that's 3. 3302 through 3314 Leopold Way, that's 4. And then 2102 High Ridge Trail, all of those say see city files in section 4. For the discussion portion, I'd be in favor of giving them a window, by the way. Just
2102 High Ridge Trail is a different property. It's the same attorney.
So did we miss that one?
We did miss it, didn't we?
So now we have to be consistent. So do we want to go back and
We go back and add this to the list.
yeah, and
Well, we have a motion on the table. I mean, I can withdraw it, but we do have a second.
We have a motion, and on the 4 parcels, we will do those together.
all right.
And we'll go back and look at, and do a second review of the property at 2102 High Ridge Trail. And that's a good catch, Ryan, thank you. So we have a motion, and discussion has concluded. I'll call a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Please let the record note that these properties, because the objection form has not been completed properly, objections are being denied, and they will not be allowed a hearing in front of the board. For the record, it includes parcel 0609-032-9125-2. Owner Fairway Apartments. Second one, 0609-032-9200-2. Also Fairway Apartments owner. Third one, 0609-031-1801-2, Fairway Apartments LLC owner. And the fourth one, 0609-032-9650-2. These four parcels will not be allowed to continue as their objection forms are not complete. On second review, an issue has been raised with the objection form for Fitchburg Pines Apartments. In second review, we have discovered that there's also the same kind of incomplete filing of the form as we just saw at the Fairview Apartments. And so based on what we've just done, we decided it was appropriate to take a second look at whether or not this parcel should be allowed to continue the appeal process in front of the board. Here again, I see on section 4 of the objection form where it says there have been various changes made over the last 10 years, that we should see city files. Again, this is not a function of the Board of Review. This is information that should be provided by the property owner, or in this case, his authorized agent, so that we have a completed objection form to consider as we look at whether or not they have a legitimate appeal. So hearing that, I would ascertain a motion as to what we should do.
Well, I mean, we already ruled one way, so there's precedent, but I'm in favor of just contacting them and giving them, a couple days to pull up the information. That's my.
Okay? Other discussion?
I think we have to be consistent. So,
I think if we denied them last year for the same reason, we should deny them this year for the same reason.
Okay? Any other discussion?
If we were to reverse this decision, which the motion do, I just want to make sure our mechanics are right. So people, the client, the entity will probably go back and look at the record here, obviously. So, Madam Clerk, what is your suggestion here? Do we do a motion to rescind the previous decision and then another motion to deny, or how can I do that all in one?
We didn't make a motion to accept. We just looked at the form and felt it was acceptable.
Okay.
So we have every right to go back when a mistake has been pointed out, to go back and correct that mistake. So we're still in the
No
same.
official action was taken.
Correct. So we're still in the same function. We haven't gone on to a different element within our current schedule for the day on our agenda. I just pointed out that we missed an item on this particular objection form, which is a very good catch by Ryan, and that we needed to make sure we were being consistent in our considerations.
Mike, what is the address again?
2102 High Ridge Trail.
I make a motion to deny 2102 High Ridge Trail waiver.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 You want a no vote? Okay.
No.
Please let the record note, it was not a unanimous vote. There was one nay, but it has enough yea votes to pass. So again, the property under parcel number 0609 033 8500-0 has an incomplete objection form, and we will not accept it, and their appeal will cease. Finally, the stack is getting smaller. not sure if I'm on the right one now. I have Realty Income in front of me. 6091 McKee Road. And this is the theaters. So they submitted one objection form even though we have 5 parcels.
Correct. The agent authorization, I believe, had all 5 parcels listed, but the objection form only has 1 listed. So in my mind, I don't know exactly if they're looking at just one part of the value and calculating it, or if they're calculating it off of all 5 parcels or off of 2 parcels. I don't know.
Can you tell us what is the assessment? Of course, you said they're assessed together, right?
Yes, they are all assessed together. Let me just verify that. Okay, so I just filtered by the 5 parcels. They are all assessed together with 0609 071 1005-8. The total assessed value is $15,852,400.
Okay. So just to be clear, that's the parcel in the roll that has the assessed value behind it, indicating that that represents those 5 parcels.
Correct.
And the agent's authorization does indicate that he has authority to represent this company for all 5 parcels.
Correct.
Hearing that, I have no problem with that then. It appears as if it would have been better if he'd have listed all 5, but since he didn't, and this is the one that has the primary in the parcel that has the value, it appears as if it would be appropriate to accept. Any other questions on this property? Okay. Next one I have on my stack is BSH Storage, 5237 Verona Road. Any questions or concerns on that one? Okay.
Some of the items in section 4 are not filled, or not, the boxes aren't checked at least.
No, I think they were not appropriate in this case. The building wasn't built till 2021.
Okay.
So if there wasn't, within 5 years was this property listed for sale, but it wasn't there till it was constructed, so.
The inside self-storage warehouse on Run Road, right? Mm-hmm. Or intern, yeah.
So it's new construction. Any other concerns on this one? Okay, we'll move on. Now, I'm not sure if these are in order or if we need to do some digging, but the pile is much smaller. I'm looking at D&J Investment Holdings, 6149 McKee Road. I do not see an agent authorization, but in looking at the communication, I see that Mr. Paul appears to be one of the principal owners of the property, and as such wouldn't require one. Any questions or concerns on this property? D&J Investment Holdings? Okay, we'll move on to the next one I have, which is covered by our letter that says Reinhardt Attorneys, Fred Elon LLC, 6311 Quarry Vista Drive. I see a form that's completed in an authorized agent form. Any questions on them? Next one I have is also for the same group, Valley View LLC, 2921 Fish Hatchery Road. Again, I see an authorized agent form and an objection form that is signed and looks to be has interesting comments, but at this point, comments aren't really critical on the form. Basis for your opinion is already previously provided to the assessor. You have to provide them to us, so I guess we'll look at the next one. JTK Limestone Ridge LLC, 6270 Limestone Way. JTK. Authorized representative is Jacob T. Klein, so it appears as if the authorized agent form is appropriate. We'll move on to the next one. KRLLC, 2916 Hard Rock Road. Again, objection form and authorized agent form. Any concerns? Hearing none. We'll move on to the next. Bowman Farms, Inc., 2932 Fish Hatchery Road. Authorization form signed by Mr. Bowman. Any concerns on this form? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to the next. Franklin Square Condominiums, 22001 Greenway Cross. Interesting. Buried in this packet, I find a form for 2004 Greenway Cross as well.
My apologies for not separating them out for you.
Any questions on this one? Okay. Madam Clerk, did we miss any?
So you don't have in your packet a objection form, agent authorization, and a request for waiver from Hy-Vee, from Jack Ebbett. I can make copies for your packets and give this to review now if you'd like. This is one that is still in circuit court.
Okay. What the clerk has handed me is a 2022 objection form dated, received on August 18th of this year from Hy-Vee Inc. And Hy-Vee appealed our assessment in the past. And from what I can gather, the same group is continuing that appeal work for them. And they would like to have it waived directly to circuit court so that this can be combined with the current court case activity. Is that correct, Madam Assessor?
It is, but at this point, we still do not want to automatically waive anything until we can review everything, would be our preference.
Okay.
I have a question for Amy. I understand your concern, Amy. I get the precedent, but would this be additional cost? I mean, would it save the city money if they were tied this together to their circuit court decision or not? Or let's just say they were to go to circuit court after we review it. Does that cost us more? I'm respectful of your process, but I'm trying to protect taxpayers as well from double cost.
Yeah, so.
I can answer that, Amy.
Okay.
If Hy-Vee wants to continue after the board of review, their attorney can petition the court, and the court can assign the continuation of this year's hearing. But it's a formality. They have to first file with the board of review before it could possibly be even added. If they didn't do this, they would be out of luck. They would not have any recourse for this year's appeal to the circuit court. So this is basically a formality to keep the circuit court action full as far as adding additional years to the appeal process through the courts. So I understand Amy's concern, and since we aren't waiving any objections this morning directly to court, I'm not saying it won't happen as we have our later meetings, but at this point, I think we would just recognize that the objections have been filed and filed timely. We have an authorized agent form, and that in later action, we may be just following the recommendation of the city attorney, if we need to, or the representative of the taxpayer who comes in and asks to have us pass this on to circuit court after the board of review has reviewed the basics of the case. That answer your question?
Yes, it does. So, Mr. Chair, do you need an official action to keep this with us, or right now is it set to go to a circuit court, or what do we need to do an action as a body on this?
All we have to do is accept the objection as we've done with the others, and we'll add it to our calendar. And then the attorneys from the Hy-Vee litigation process can review what we've done and make a request if they so desire to have it assigned back to the circuit court. And it'll be a simple process for us in a hearing to agree, if the assessor agrees to the decision, suggestion, I guess it's not a decision at that point, agrees with the suggestion to have it waived and can add it to the existing circuit court case. What that means is that when the circuit court does decide, and assuming that its decision is rendered that lowers the value, it means that we'd have a extra number of years of tax refunds that the city would have to calculate to pay back Hy-Vee for the overtaxation. So I'm not sure what the status.
Your recommendation.
My recommendation is just to leave it as is for now, and we'll have it on the docket, and we can work with it as the court case moves its way through court. I'm not sure where that stands at this point. And if there is action required, we can take care of it at any of our upcoming board of review meetings.
I'll defer to your years of experience, Mr. Chair, and of course the assessor as well. So I'm fine. Thank you for answering this.
Okay, thank you. Always worried about those tax dollars.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we kind of want to look at information further is last year, Hy-Vee had filed for circuit court 19 and 20, and then last year we agreed to waive it automatically because they had told us they were going to add it to 19 and 20 because it wasn't existing. They did not add it to 19 and 20, And then they withdrew 19 and 20 a couple days before we were to go to court. So we put a lot of effort in and a lot of financial into going through the court process, and then it didn't meet court. And now that case is a new case and moving forward into court. So we want to be cautious that we're not just waiving things to circuit court and having it cost our taxpayers a lot of money. When, in my opinion, a lot of times if we present things here at board, that it may show attorneys or their clients that, yes, our assessments are accurate, and, you know, let's take that additional step instead of just saying, okay, it's off our plate, we'll move it on. Because I think it's costing our taxpayers a lot of money to do that automatically.
Well, I'd like to go back to reviewing the objection form. And as I look at it, I need some information that hopefully you can provide. I'm looking at section 4 and specifically changes that were made, and I see a cost number indicated of $12,700,000. My recollection is that that's the cost number that we've seen consistently from the appeal. And it seems to me that there's been new construction at that location in the last year.
Many
mic is up.
additional permits between 2017 and 2022.
I'm specifically interested in the year 2021.
Yep, 2021, there was a permit for a structural steel canopy. In 2020, the end of 2020, it was not complete, but they had pulled a permit for a new storage structure and canopy, then a structural steel canopy with lighting in May of 2021. Interior modifications were done in 8/12 of 2021. There's another permit, install one floor drain and one for 2021 in September. Commercial industrial relocate equipment was October 4th of 2021. So there are multiple permits that were pulled during 2020 and 2021. I know the outside storage that they created for COVID, that was not complete on January 1 of 2021. So that value was picked up this year for 2022. All of those other additional permits.
So there's new construction in your $13,398,200 assessment?
Yes. The kiosk, exterior kiosk was added, considered new construction. Appears on the roll as a new construction code.
And approximately what was added to the assessment for that?
So that portion of the assessment change, we coded $128,300 to that 2 code for the kiosk for this year. And the additional change was the 2-year change for the market increase.
So they did not file a complete form recognizing physical changes that were made to the property as of January 1st that are reflected in your assessment.
Correct. They also have on the form in the last 5 years, was the property appraised? They have yes. and they do not have, if yes, provide a date and value. And there have been numerous appraisals with the circuit court actions, both by the city and the property owner.
So let me understand this then. I'm looking at section 4 specifically, and based on the information from your property record card, you're telling me that item B, section 4B, is not accurate, and also section 4D is incomplete because there have been information that should have been included in that section of this appeal.
Correct. They checked the box, yes, but they did not provide the additional dates of the appraisal or the values or the purpose. So they didn't fill out the additional information under section D.
Hearing that and trying to be consistent in our approach, I think as I look at this appeal, we need to open it for discussion. My discussion is, as we've seen in other appeals, objection forms, excuse me, that if the form isn't completed accurately, we are denying the appeal to have a hearing. And not only in one instance here is there errors and omissions, but in 2. So my opinion would be that this appeal is denied and that we would let them continue with their court case for prior years, and this would not be contingent and adding it to it. With my spiel, and I'll open it up for discussion.
I'm in agreement.
Any other comments?
This is the form that, I don't remember seeing the form. Maybe I,
Sorry, I have the only copy in front of me.
okay. Pass it to. So the problem was section 4, B is not accurate and D is not filled out, if I remember correctly.
That's our copy, so just if you want to look at another one.
I'm sorry, Alton and Sean, I'm not sure if there's any way we could have this available for you, but right now, other members of the board are looking at the physical copy that the clerk presented to me.
You know, like,
Well, if there's a motion, I'll abstain from it. I'll abstain from voting.
Same for me.
You guys go ahead, though. Go ahead and make the decision. Don't wait on us. I'll abstain.
Would you please reiterate what you were saying now that we can look at this?
Section 4, item B, the 22 assessment reflects new construction that's not reported or indicated on the form. Also, section 4, where it asks for appraisals of the property, the assessor has told us there's been numerous appraisals in recent history, and they did not complete that section either. It's incomplete. They checked the box, yes, but there's no information as to the appraisals.
so I don't, it's part of the discussion. I guess I'm surprised this isn't usually handled by, reaching out and saying, you have like another 2 days to provide the thing. I mean, since we're meeting again to do residential and then after that to do commercial, if I'm correct, the board is. I'm just curious why we don't consider that like the common way to handle a minor, potentially technical detail.
Because our experience with this attorney and this firm, they would not respond anyhow.
Okay.
In a timely fashion. Believe it or not, there are attorneys out there that feel that they don't have to do these things. And we have numerous cases gone to court because we haven't paid close attention to the objection, close enough attention to the objection forms. And then it costs the city thousands of dollars in appeals. And these are professionals. You know, this isn't the first time they've done this. They should know that they have to complete the form completely to have it considered as part of an official record at the board.
Yeah, and just so I'm clear, it's a matter of discretion. I don't think there, if I'm aware of, there's no statute or anything that tells the board what to do here. We just have to decide what seems right.
It is a bit of a discretion, but that's why we asked the city attorney about it last year. And she basically gave us two options. And so far, we've been following the option which we felt was most appropriate based on the appeal. And, you know, if this was your next door neighbor, we've never done this before, we might give them some leeway. But these are tax professionals who should know what they're doing. This is a multi-million-dollar appeal. And if they can't fill out the form right, they shouldn't continue the appeal, in my opinion. They're getting paid big bucks to do this. They should do a good job for their client. That's what it boils down to. Does that help?
Yeah, it helps.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'm sorry I didn't share the form. I forgot I had the only copy. After that discussion, I'd ascertain a motion. Well, I'll make the motion then that we deny the appeal of the Hy-Vee property located at 2920 Fitcherona Road because their objection form is incomplete.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Let the record show we have a majority to deny the appeal. We had 1 no and 2 abstained because they were not able to physically see the exhibit that was presented.
Sean abstained, yes.
Yep. Krim abstains.
Madam Clerk, are there any others that we need to take action on today?
That is it. That's all the documents I have.
So just a light note here, Mike. Since we started this meeting at 9:06, I have driven from the south side of Chicago to almost to Erie, Pennsylvania. So we had a lot of work we just did.
Please drive safely.
Please bring me some Yearling beer.
Tracy had all the forms printed out for me, so thank you, Tracy.
Okay, I printed my own copy of the someplace my copy of the agenda that I brought with me is buried. I have one in front of me from the city packet. And the assessor has asked us not to do any subpoenas until she has additional time to review the appeals, consolidate requests for waivers. She asked us not to do any waivers to circuit court, and I concur. The board concurs with that. Proceed to schedule future dates to hear, deliberate, and determine residential-only objections in the proper notice given. So I guess the next thing we're doing is looking at our calendars as to when we can meet to hold a session to handle the residential appeals that we've accepted.
Chair, I would just throw out that I'm out of town till Thursday the 8th, and then I'm also going to be out of town the week of the 14th of September.
Do we have somebody available in Fact TV to let us know of room availability? Thursday? Is it Thursday of next week?
Thursday, the 8th, Commission on Aging until about 10:30. Tree advisory, 4 o'clock that afternoon. Friday is relatively open.
I think I was able to find the calendar, so. So if you're looking at next Thursday, the 8th, this room is in use from 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. And it looks like, again, in use at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And then again from 4 to 6 p.m. that day. So this room would not be in use. I don't know if we want to work in a different room, the meeting room. Or we could move. I mean, it's probably easier for us to be in here though. Yeah. So it's a possibility on the 8th. However, I don't think we would get through all of the residential by the time we had to vacate the room by 12:30 in order for the other meeting to take place. If you look at all the residential properties, I think we're at, is it 15?
We're at 12 now.
At 12. And you figure if we're
Half
going
an
to
hour.
try to do them all in one day and they're a half hour apiece,
6 hours.
break for lunch, that's a full day. So it's available Friday the 9th.
All
This
day.
room all day. This room is available all day Wednesday the 7th. Getting into the next week, looks like it's available all day on the 14th, all day on the 16th. There is something in here on Friday beginning at 4 o'clock. RCC is in here on Monday the 12th. They're usually done around 9 or 9:30.
Let's see if we can't move as quick as possible.
And Tracy, is the meeting on Tuesday at 1, is that the diversity meeting?
Correct.
Yeah, they could probably move that meeting too, out of this room.
Yeah,
I think
I-
that's just
I
a
can-
standing meeting, but we could, that,
I prefer not to meet on a Tuesday or Monday if that's possible.
Yeah,
I couldn't meet at 1 o'clock for sure. I could do maybe something in the morning. The 9th works for me. Not that this has to be built around me, but I've got a jazz radio show that I do every other Wednesday also, and that's from 2 to 5. So it would have to be in the morning on a Wednesday.
How does everybody's schedules look for either the 7th of September or the 9th of September?
I can do the 9th.
I can do the 9th.
I can do the 9th. And we're talking about a full day, roughly.
6 hours.
Yeah.
Or the 8th is available up until probably 3:30,
I've got
if we move those 2 meetings.
I've got a dental extraction that day. I probably prefer not to.
It sounds like we.
Oh, this might be as bad. This might be as bad, Elvis.
Might be okay.
Well, Tracy, here's the story with me. I could do the 9th, but I might have to step out for a conference call or something with a client because I've got a couple things in the schedule that morning.
Okay, it sounds like we've got enough people that can be here on the 9th. My schedule.
So this,
allow it.
so the 9th is going to be residential, correct?
Correct.
And it'll be in this room, and we'll start at 9 a.m. I'm good. I'm entering it. I'll be here.
I'm thinking maybe a start time of even 8 a.m. to make sure we get through everything.
All right.
I mean,
As long
otherwise
as
you
you're
can
okay
do
with me stepping out for a little bit, that's fine.
You can always take a break, which is past due for sure.
I'm fine with Friday at 8 a.m.
So book the 9th. Sounds like we have enough.
We have to have a motion.
Okay, after reviewing calendars, we have a
Motion to schedule the next meeting of the Board of Review for Friday, September 9th at 8 a.m.
We have a motion and a second to meet on September 9th in the council chambers. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Let the schedule be adjusted to recognize that we'll be meeting then on the 9th. And are we going to do
That would be
something
just residential, correct? Is it just residential?
strictly residential? So the question then becomes, are we going to schedule something for commercial now, or are we going to wait until the 9th to do it?
I will be unavailable at the end of September, but I don't have anything scheduled exactly when. So the sooner I know, the better I can react and say yes or no. But I don't know.
What do people's Friday the 6th? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What does Friday the 16th look like for people?
Friday the 16th doesn't look good for me, nor does it look good for one of our tax consultants who has a conflict already set up at that point. What did we originally talked about, Tracy? We had some tentative dates lined up, didn't we?
We did. So if we meet for residential on the 9th, that following week, the week of the 12th, Monday, the 12th, this room is available after 9:30 or 9 or 9:30 a.m. This room is available all day Wednesday, the 14th. This room is available all day on the 15th up until about 4:30, and it's available all day on Friday, the 16th.
I would not be available the 12th through the 15th.
Yeah, I'm not
I
available.
would also not be available the 12th through the 15th.
I'm
As
not
long as we
available the
have a
14th through the
quorum.
16th.
Yeah, as long as we have a quorum. I mean, we don't all 6 need to be in attendance. We just need a quorum.
And what is that, Tracy? 4?
3.
3. Well, if you guys can do it
What about,
or something, Ryan and Rich and Mike.
Well,
I kind of planned some based on the sheet we got earlier, and I think the 21st I actually had listed in here. Oh, is that a September 21st acceptable to anyone?
is the room available on the 21st?
I have to, I am not available on the 21st. Ballots for the November 8th election are being delivered that day. So from the 21st on, the rest of that week, I am working on getting absentee ballots out in the mail. My statutory duties say I have to have them out by the 23rd. So
How about Monday or Tuesday of that week? Room availability?
I would, how about, let me just check here, Rich. Tuesday, Elton, you said Tuesdays are tough for you, right?
Mondays and Tuesday. I couldn't do Monday at all.
Okay,
Tuesday I could do some in the morning, but I couldn't give a full day. I teach on that day, so.
and it looks like that room's available on the Tuesday, the 20th, until 3:30. So we could get a portion of them done.
based on the number of commercial appeals, we're not going to get done in one day.
No.
No, I just counted and we're down to 49. But even if you had a full day and 7 per day, that's seven days that it'll take.
Jeepers, creepers. I thought somebody told me this committee didn't have much work to it. It only meets once a year, Sean. You'll be fine. It meets once a year.
There's a sucker born every day.
Exactly. Thanks, Amy. Thank you.
I don't know what to say to that. Congratulations, I guess, would be my best answer.
Exactly. Anyway, you guys, we want to start on the 20th. That would work with me, and then at least get something on the books, and then we can Google.
How about everybody else on the 20th?
I actually have a plan commission meeting on the 20th that I'm usually prepping for the packet every month is almost like what we just went through.
So nobody's available on the 14th, 15th, or 16th, correct?
I am on those days, except for, well, I'm available that Wednesday and Friday, the 14th and 16th.
I'm not.
You're not, okay. You're the troublemaker that
I am.
week. Gotcha.
Even have a green dot on my calendar to remind me.
I'm going to for sure put the 9th down so I don't blow that. So that's the 9th, Tracy, for Friday at 8 a.m., right? Friday the 9th at 8 a.m.
With him yakking.
Correct.
Ryan, I'm sorry.
I just said
All right, at least I
almost
got
any
that.
day we pick, I'm going to have to move meetings around. So it's like, I don't know what day to say I'm available. There's a question, it looks like.
The room is available on the 19th and the 20th.
Yes, it's available on the 19th until about 5 o'clock, and it's available on Tuesday, the 20th, until about 3:30.
I could be here on the 19th and maybe even on the 20th. I don't know what kind of amount of volume of reading or prep I have to do yet, though.
Audience question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary Kohlenberg, 345 River Bluff Circle, Oconomowoc. As mentioned earlier, I represent about 33 of the appeals, including about half of the residential. And the residential works fine. I'll be here. With regard to the remaining commercial properties, you have many besides mine. I am out of town from the 16th to the 25th, I'm going out of the country. It's going to take at least a day or two to recover. I'm good anytime after, I would say, the 27th, meaning if you can schedule anybody besides me while I'm out of town, I can make any date available work, I would say, after the 27th. Also, on the residential, you are correct. The 6 properties that I have are essentially identical. There would be one argument for all 6 properties. It would not be 3 hours, it would probably be a half hour. Thank you.
Well, if we have 49 appeals, I think we could possibly work with the schedule to do the other ones first. We'll do our best to make sure that yours are on the later end of our schedule. As we look at everything, I can't guarantee how it's going to all, the puzzle will fit together, but I promise you that we will do our best to have yours at the end of the schedule rather than on the first day.
May I respond?
Yeah,
For residential?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's talking commercial here.
Residential, I'm good all day. Thank you, sir.
We'll do our best. That's all I can ask the clerk to do, because sometimes you put the puzzle together and the pieces don't fall like quite the way you want them to, but we'll certainly try to accommodate your travel out of the country. So we'll start on the 19th, and why don't you tentatively book it for the morning of the 20th in case we have to come back. I realize that creates some problems, but I'd rather have the room booked so we could continue if we needed to, versus coming back and saying, okay, we got to do this a week later. That gets pretty hard to pick up the pieces. We'll do our best not to need that, Eldon, so that you're not hogtied with your schedule on the 20th.
Okay.
What time would you be starting, Tracy, with both of those, 19 and 20?
I would recommend a start time of 8 a.m.
She wants me to have to set an alarm. Let's shoot for 8 a.m. Yep, that's commercial on the 19th.
19th and the 20th, yeah.
Residential is on the 9th, also at 8 a.m. Could we make it 8:30?
You are the chair and you are the board. That's
Well, we just heard.
I suggest we meet at 8:30 on the, each day. Just give people a little time to get through traffic and stuff. They're coming in from out of town.
Okay.
Sir, I'm unclear. If I may address the board again, I'm just not clear what you're saying for dates. So, may I address the board?
We're looking at holding residential appeals on the 9th.
Yes, I'm completely open.
That's where we're starting. We're talking time now, starting time. We're looking at 8:30. And we're going to start the commercial appeals on the 19th.
Yes. The concern I have is that I need to either cancel my out-of-the-country trip.
No. We're going to schedule your appeals.
there's other commercial appeals other
This
than
is the
yours.
first day. This is not the last day.
So I just need clarification. So I won't be back and available until the 27th. None of my commercial appeals will be called prior to the 27th.
If we can work it, yes.
I just need to know whether to cancel it or not. I represent over $200 million. I just need to know if I should cancel my trip.
I cannot predict with 100% accuracy that we will finish or not finish the 15 or so appeals we have before we get to yours. But as you can see in our scheduling, we're not scheduling things day after day after day. There will be a break, and I'm not sure when, after this 19th date, and possibly continuing those appeals on the 20th, when the next date will be set. But if we're on the 20th already, it's less than a week before you'd be back.
I I understand. The problem is that, well, let me ask you this. In the event that you complete all of the appeals prior to mine being called, can I just ask that you call mine after the 27th?
The best answer I can give you is when we are done today, I'll ask the clerk to take a look at the schedule for the 19th and see exactly how long it appears as if the 19th, the appeals we're hearing on the 19th will continue. And if it looks like they're going to be extensive, then I'm sure that we won't get through all of them, that you would be then assured that we wouldn't get to yours until after your return. But I can't tell you that without having some time to look at the appeals we have, look at the approximate amount of time it's going to take per appeal, and see what dates we have available beyond the 19th and the 20th. As you can see, we can't just say we want to do it on the next day because we've got to look at the room availability. So we'd have to make sure with all those things fall in order so that we could schedule something. And right now, I can't give you a 100% guarantee that it wouldn't be before the 26th. I can do my best to help you meet that goal, but I can't guarantee it. Okay?
Thank you.
I mean, we'll do our best for you, but I can't give you 100% we'll do it, because I can't.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one thing? I'm not going to be around this last part of September anyhow, so I don't know if that. And then we have Tracy's working with the ballots towards the end of September, so I don't know how that factors in.
Yeah, so we got election issues coming in, and we can't function without the clerk as well. So that's another issue that you just heard. Her schedule gets tied up with election materials. So other things we have to look at besides just our group getting together. As a matter of fact, she's an important part of our group. So we'll do our best for you, okay? 8:30 was offered as the time to start on the 9th with the residential appeals. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
8:30 on the 9th, 8 o'clock on the 19th. I need a motion.
So a motion to meet at 8:30 a.m. on Friday, September 9th for residential, and to meet on Monday, September 19th at 8 a.m. for commercial. And both meetings will be at City Hall.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, everyone, for helping set that tentative schedule. At this point, then, I will draw this meeting to a close. It's adjourned, but not completely. We'll re-adjourn at 8:30 on the 9th. Thank you, everyone, for your participation today. I'm sorry it took so long to get through all of these, but as you can see, we have a significant number of commercial appeals this year, and I think it's a critical step that we go through and review each one of the objection forms so we don't find ourselves making a mistake down the road that we should have caught in the beginning. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing everybody who can make it on the 9th, and we'll continue this fun party.